Hey guys, we're back with some more shiny hunting over in Legends Arceus. There isn't really much we can do here. We're actually coming close to like not many mons left. We are still unfortunately trying to catch the Glameow, but at this point I'm kind of accepted we're not getting it, considering how many times we've attempted to find it. But I'm gonna still keep trying. But yeah, this probably will be one of the only hunts we really have to do in here is anything that has to do with the Hisuian forms. So we'll be trying to do a lot of mass outbreaks and stuff until, like, I guess Hisuian forms start popping up. Because that's kind of the only, like, things that we need left now in this game are just a couple of the Hisuian forms. And even then, I think the only really big ones might be, like, Basculin and maybe something else. A lot of the ones you can get the actual base form in Violet and then just evolve it over here. So yeah, this game is getting close to being pretty exhausted in terms of like things that we can and can't capture sort of thing. We'll do our usual checks and then we'll just go from there. See if we can get some mass outbreaks. And I feel like another reason that a bunch of the checks are starting to get a lot smaller now is because I've started doing RNG manipulation a lot more. It's a lot easier for me to obtain certain forms and certain mons just going back to the older games at this point, which I have been doing as of recent. I've been just doing a lot of RNG manipulation, managing to get a bunch of gender forms and stuff like that. That would have taken me like ages to find in this game. So, not only is it just that we don't have many mons to search for in here, a good chunk of them can easily be found like elsewhere. But we'll continue in this game. There's nothing wrong with that. And like I said, there are still a couple of forms that we probably can get in here. I think pretty much it's like Hisui and Sneasel is kind of, and Hisui and Zorua. Technically, I could get them via breeding over in Violet, but because my main file in Violet's kind of full, I'd have to do it on the secondary file. And also, another big thing is just like Masuda method is reliable, but it does still take quite a while to do. Nothing here. So yeah, our usual checks in this area is literally just Unoan, checking for Gumi, and then just moving on. Not really much else we can do here. I think that's what we're going to do, is just try and keep the checks as short as possible so we can get as many as possible done. Until, like, a mass outbreak occurs. And when the mass outbreaks do occur, we'll try and do the berry gathering groups as well. Because we are kind of running low on guava berries. And I don't know if you can grow them in the berry field. I haven't used the berry field in, like, ages. So I legit can't tell you if there's, like, actual good reason to do so. Oh, there's plenty of berry things here. There's a duot one I would want to go check out. That's pretty much it, though. Alright, let's go check out the duot. And get that out of the way. And then we can just finish up on all the berry ones, because there's not really much else here. It would be nice to get one of these guys. Because I still do need Hisui and Samurott. Leave for a moment. This is like the one downside with really aggressive groups, especially all the starters. It feels like all the starters are super aggressive for some reason. I have no idea why. I hate... Ugh. I despise fastballs. Never has a fastball, like... I don't know how they do it. I've always tried to use them and they always just end up bouncing on the ground or just not catching them on. So annoying. Dang it. One of them did see me. Ow! Very hard to tell if you're still getting stalked by ghost types. Due to the fact that they can just pop in and out of existence. Thankfully, this group's being rather kind, so we can get this over and done with quickly. Oh god. Kind of hoping that he wasn't going to follow me, but... well. We gotta deal with him before we can deal with the curlier. Well, I guess it's nice that they gave us that. Didn't need to do that. Oh well. We'll fly over the Binary group just to see if anything pops up, but yeah. That should give us a good refill on our berries for a little while. There's Clover standing in the middle of the snow. Let's just avoid her. Far out. Doop-a-doo. Catch all the balloons. Okay, good. That should be the last one. Hey there, AJ. Good to see ya. We're just doing the usual rounds in Pokemon Legends Arceus. I'm gonna do a quick scan around, and then I don't really have a route for this area. I will admit. There's a shiny. A Swinub could be useful. Ah, cool. Casually an Alpha 1 spawns in. I do need to catch at Alpha 1. It's gonna be kind of rough, he's seen me. Never saw shiny Swinub, looks a little under the weather. Yeah. Right. Not really any other reason for us to be here. It's like a minty green color. I lost my tape gun. Do you know where I've placed it? Where would one place a tape gun? Tape gun sounds pretty useful. Did you use it recently? Because it could be like somewhere that you'd put a lot of your tools. I know you are packing, so I can understand why you'd be wanting to know where your tape gun is. And hey there. Whoops, I didn't realize I have full boxes. Oopsie doopsie. Oh no, it's flooded all my other boxes. That's not fun. This is the downside when you don't clean out your boxes. House is disarray, I'm lost, I don't even know where I am right now. Well, we got the shiny. I can understand, because you've probably put everything away in all sorts of boxes. Fortunately, it's female, so we can't really do much there. Okay, let me try and empty out all these boxes, because goodness gracious, I didn't realize they were so full. This is one feature that Scarlet and Violet really could have used, which was a mass release. Would make egg hunting so much easier. How are you going after last night's unfortunate shenanigans? I don't know. A part of me sort of expected it to go that way. I realized, like, once one of the players, Vitaly, started talking, I realized, like, in the back of my head, like, whilst I was just sitting there, I was like, wait a second, why did we let him do negotiating? He sucks at negotiating. And then, you know, thankfully Jasper's character was there to sort of pick up the reins, but, like, there wasn't really much he could do once the two deception checks were failed. You just had to grin it and bear it, sort of thing. A part of me thinks that I should be the one doing the negotiations instead of just turning invisible and doing all the stealth stuff, but, like, at the same time, I'm the one who can do the stealth stuff, so it's kind of hard. Right. That is true, as the timing thing was really bad as well. So you're saying if they hadn't gone in through, like, to try and investigate the back area, then that would have not happened. I was more saying being trapped in the locked chamber of emotions. Oh, right, yeah, because I'm currently trapped in a box. It's fine. Been in worst situations. Oh, boy. Uh... If they had not been there, it would have been a super clean auction. That is true. Unfortunately, our team's pretty good at being there at the wrong place, wrong time. Shame. Yeah, it'd be like that. For those who don't know, we were supposed to try and do some spy stuff and investigate a person who was being placed under suspicion of doing shady dealings with magic weapons. And it didn't work out at all good for us. That's the best way to describe it. Almost cleaned out all these boxes. Refloon. There we go, we made it. I think this was sort of the last of the group. Yeah. There we go. Okay. I love. Hope you guys are packing. Black market sting operation. Yeah. So I'll quickly give like I guess a basic synopsis of what the plan was. The plan was is that a group of us were going to go to the front and act as like paying individuals. Is the best way to describe it. And the other half of the group was going to go and see if there was another way in through the back entrance, which they did find, but unfortunately it turns out the all the magical stuff that they were going to sell is in the back. If she won, you'll would have totally followed her to her lair or hideout. That is true, because I can't remember if we had enough money to beat the auction. I don't even know what the actual item was that we were supposedly supposed to check out, because I mean it was in a safe and it got opened at some point and she nearly stole it. Thankfully she didn't, but like I don't think anybody of us like actually looked at whatever the item was. Which yeah. So basically the plan was solid, it just fell apart very, very badly. The chest was never okay, so the opened one was the I do remember there was an illusion cast. Okay, yeah. So it's still closed at the moment. So still, we don't even know what we were auctioning for. Perfect. Two places here. I might do a quick savey. Let's see which of the two places are better. But yeah, that combat went as pretty poorly, I won't lie. Just, it really could have been avoided, but yeah. It seems our group never seems to be able to avoid battle. It's always like, we always somehow land in the situation where battle is necessary. Because we're so unorganized. And yeah, so what Shawnee is referring to is that one of our party members decided that he was just gonna to book it and just flee. And upon fleeing, he left his partner out in the open, so his partner had to take 2 hits of an attack, then he could have only taken 1 had the other guy been there, pretty much, is the basic way of saying it. And I don't think, oh boy, that's a big iceberg. Okay. Time to flee. Yeah, man, there was totally a way to avoid it. Yeah. I was hoping we were going to do that. I don't think we've had a successful situation where we've just avoided combat at the current given time. Every time there's been, like, a means to avoid combat, it gets immediately overwritten by somebody just being like... what was it, like... When we were in, I'm trying to remember if it was in, like, one of the crypt dungeon, and one of the characters was not terribly, happy about... Ow! Happy about what we did, sort of thing. And instead of, like, I guess, figuring out a way to, like, talk them out of it, or anything like that, one of our party members immediately provoked her, and combat, like, started in an instant, and I was like, oh boy. Like, never can we negotiate. The problem is like, two of our party members are not smart, like, in character, and one of them is a bit too trigger happy. So it's rarely is there a case where it's just like, we could have gotten a clean sort of battle. I was really hoping that we would just, you know, avoid combat, get the information, maybe find a way to get the weapons, and then just dip, sort of thing, and that really didn't happen. But that's D&D. Always unpredictable. Who's the first to engage in convos? The dumbasses? Yeah, the ones with the lowest... The problem is that the smart people are, like, thinking about, like, oh, what should I say in this situation? It's clearly tense. And then the dumbasses immediately just open their mouth without even, like, thinking and say something. And you're just like, oh my god. And a lot of the times, they I don't know how they do it, but they're really good at making the situation pretty much unsalvageable many times. Oh yeah, Gleck is one of the characters. He is smart, but the problem is he's way too trigger happy. Like, the moment he got hit in that fight, he immediately was like, ah, the enemy has chosen death, and just immediately, like, just went for the kill. With, like, very little hesitation. The cats have scattered everywhere. It makes it a little hard to see them all. There's the last one. No shiny cats. Right. Can try out checking out Mischievous, and then we'll just do these last two here. So that we can try and get the more berries. But yeah. It just didn't work out at all, that whole situation. 3 out of 10 could have done that a lot better. Smoke bomb. I think that's the last Mischievous? Maybe. But yeah, I don't even think we got to the part where we could have found out what the magical item was, like, at all. It was just, like... The moment he went to go investigate it, we immediately, like... Our party got caught, essentially. Yeah. That's another thing too, is Vitally, like, the actual player got worried about, you know, I don't know, did he want to not kill him? Like, the actual player, not in character sort of thing? Well, regardless, yeah. The problem was he's next to said trigger-happy goblin who's ready to kill it, like, the drop of a hat. There is another shiny over there. What is this? That's like 2 of the same line. Yeah, give me a sec. Oh, is it female? No, it's male. Perfect. I think I needed one male. Thankfully, it also doesn't... It won't flee. It will just fight us. So he's gonna come straight at us. He's not like Swinub. They're all attacking me. I'm just gonna leave. Yeah, no, Tufa. We've just started. This is like way different than what happened last week, where I didn't catch a single thing except for like one Budu that I didn't need. So I will take this gladly. And it's male, so that's another reason I will take it gladly. Blizzard's about to clear up. I might quickly fly over here. Just to check the APOM. If there's a male one, that would be nice, but yeah. So... Oh, you found the tape gun? Nice. I'm glad that our discussions about D&D helped you find the tape gun. I'm sure that's exactly what helped you find the tape gun. Oh, I was wondering why the music went really ominous. It's because we're standing over the what's the called it? The lair of the boss in this area. I was like, why did the music get so ominous for like a split second? Okay, that's it. Catch that monkey. Alright. Hello, Jamekin. Good to see ya. Get a couple of resources. Alrighty. I don't remember if I need like pillow swine or mammo swine as the male. I think I need one of them pretty much. I'll have to look that up in later on, but I think I did still need like one more of them because it's either one has a has the gender difference that I need. Doopy-doo, typing up stuff. Done a drizzle over here. Does your Shinydex show their gender? No, unfortunately not. It doesn't. It only just shows the base one. I have to look up the gender differences manually. I do have a Google Doc that somebody made with gender differences and stuff like that, so I can keep a track of that sort of stuff in different forms, such as like all the Vivillon patterns, all the Alcremie patterns. So it definitely does help. But yeah, it's not on the actual thing, which kind of sucks, but... I have now hit 700, if I remember correctly, of Mons acquired. Only 300 more to go. Let me take a gander and see if it was Pillow Swine or if it was... I might not even need it at all. No, it doesn't look like I need a, need an extra Pillow Swine. Looks like I have already finished that. Oh well. I can at least say I've caught it in this game and I can register it to the actual Pokedex here. Alrighty, off we go. Raining outside and yet it's still rather humid here. But yeah, the Shinydex that I do have does show like a good portion of things. Thankfully. It even shows Gigantamax, which I'm going to have to do at some point. The problem is I've got to collect all those max mushrooms to try and make the soups. 27 degrees purely due to humidity. Australia's a mistake. Yeah, Australia be on hard mode. Ready. Might need to buy more smoke bombs. I'm kind of running a little low on them soon. Ooh, nice. We're getting some really good, like, checks here. There's three Gumi checks. If I can find at least one of them having the shiny, then that will pretty much finish. I think if I do find one of them as a shiny, that just basically finishes this area. Because I no longer have to go looking for unknown anymore. Now that I have a more easier method to hunt them. Than just going in and out of the shrines and stuff like that. Problem with this little area is it kind of sucks for, like, hiding and stuff, because the moment you step into the bog, you immediately stop crouching, which is, like, the worst. Oh, that snipe from afar. Oh yeah, another thing that happened today is that Stardew Valley got its big update drop, which is very exciting. I knew it was going to be a decently big one, but I didn't realize, like, how much stuff, like, Concerned Ape added. Like, what's new in it? I honestly couldn't tell you because there was so much. You could kill Penny. Apparently a lot of people do not like Penny. Yeah, mayo. You can drink mayonnaise. There was so much. It was like, oh, 2 new whole events, a bunch of items got buffed and and nerfed. I can see a certain comment that Autobot did not like, so I'm gonna have to not let that thing... Yeah, apparently. I'm unfortunately busy at the moment, so I can't really, like, check it. Yeah. I do hear a lot of people do not like Penny as a character. I don't really care for her. So I can't really give my 2 opinions on it, just like, yeah, she's there, I guess. Wow, that one spawned right next to me, goodness. What else? I think, I'm so happy that big chests are now a thing. Apparently the slime hutch has been reduced in size, which is good, especially since the place I've put the slime hutch is a bit tight of a corridor, so having a little bit more space is going to help. I believe you can now move the farmhouse, like, to actually a different location through Robins, and Robins will tell you, like, size, like, how long it'll take and stuff like that. Threw the wrong ball. Yeah. So, Autobot is flagging it as, yeah, misogyny. Because, like... Yeah, I do know that it does have a different meaning over here in Oz, but yeah. Apparently it's, it actually, funnily enough, it first flagged you for bullying and then flagged you for misogyny twice. I'll just close these for now because, you know, I'm not interested in fixing that. Yeah, apparently, one word with a full stop and the other word without the, with, a different word next to it, as well as a question mark, are apparently different words. I don't know why. One of those was educational in the meaning of the word. Yeah. So basically the word, Shawnee, yeah, Shawnee's word is considered a misogynistic slur or like an insult in Britain, but in Australia it just means spit. But like, I mean, Australia is kind of loose with their terms with like of swearing and stuff, if we're gonna be right. Heck, we have this whole thing where the US calls things flip-flops and we just call them thongs, and they don't understand why we call them thongs. They just gotta cover their bases. Yeah, pretty much. That's what Autobot does. Or Automod, I should say. No, tree. No! They're squishing away. Makes them a lot harder to track if they're all over the place. They're all gone. Where'd they go? I think one went all the way back here, but I don't know. Nope, that's all of them. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that comment, really. I do not know who puts the Autobot, because, like, I don't know if it's an American thing. I'm gonna go over here just for the lols. Imagine if another shiny was over there. I've heard people call their cats flip-flop. Like, there's somebody out there who's named their cat flip-flop. I think it's like a universal thing for cat owners to call their cats, like, random things. By the way, it's gonna clean up some furniture to list it up on Facebook for free. Ah, yeah. Shame it won't be the, that one glass cabinet. Because you need that. What to check out? Auto mod is on your case right now. It won't let you do anything today. Flip flop is also just fun to say because it makes that sound. I guess that is true. Let me be Australian auto mod. We need an auto mod, the Australian version. That's what we need. Yeah, Aussie setting. We'll check out these two groups. There's not much else we can do here. Got all the goomies we needed. Yeah, I don't know, I think it's a universal thing about, like, cat owners calling their cats, like, the weirdest names. Because I've heard some pretty odd names for cats. I'm just like, okay, I guess it's just a thing they do. What was that recent thing I heard? I know there's a cat called Bagel out there. He's on a meme. And yeah, like I mentioned earlier, the flip-flop thing. That's another one. Actually, I should check this one out. Yeah, I've been watching a video recently just trying to look through all the settings that Concerned Ape added to Stardew. I had to update my mods too. Thankfully a lot of people were like on the ball for that. and pretty much updated all their mods like immediately. I think there's only a couple of mods that didn't get updated that I have to drop. Though, I think, what, two of them, one of them was outdated and the other one was no longer necessary. For all the balls. Looks like there's nothing else we can do here. But yeah, I was looking through it and I was just like, oh, that's a lot of stuff that got changed. It is kind of sad that some of the upgrades to some of like the house upgrades actually got like easier to do, like cost more money, but like uses less hardwood. I was a little worried that a good portion of my mods weren't going to work, but a lot of my mods are quite basic and were attached to, I think it's called Content Patcher. And once Content Patcher was updated, it pretty much allowed most of my mods to work, thankfully. And then I ran around town just to double check things were working. So it's all good. I think the only mod that didn't get updated was like a mod that is no longer necessary because ConcernedApe actually added that factor, which was the Better Artisans mod, which I use to I think I use it to see the different types of wines and stuff so they're not all the same color. I think they now have updated it so they actually do show different colors, which I'm happy for. It was a long overdue like touch up. And just more dialogue is also another good thing. Nope, nothing here. Ugh, the worst bit also, another thing about Sneasel is I got the Hisui and Sneasel. I've got to get both, like, genders. That's gonna take forever. Alright, let's check out the other section. Yeah, I'm glad they're adding more dialogue. I think he said that he's adding like 1,000 more dialogue things, which I'm really glad because it got to a point where I was talking to the villagers like every day and they would just say the same thing over and over again. I was like, ugh, a little too much to see the same dialogue over and over. I think they've made walnut collecting so much easier. Because apparently they added a parrot which you can talk to and you can pay the parrot to find you the rest of the walnuts you're missing. Or like any remaining walnuts. Because some of them are pretty RNG if you're going to find them or not. But I don't know if I will use that feature straight away. I do want to try and see if I can get all the walnuts like by my own hands first. Because there are still a couple that we can do without any issues. Another thing that I'm happy about is the pan, the copper pan, is actually getting upgraded. So you can now upgrade it to iridium. So hopefully that means that we can get some more better drops with the pan. Because it was always weird that the copper pan just stayed a copper pan and it never upgraded. So it's nice to see that it's now a thing. But yeah, there's going to be a lot to do just like and get used to now that there's new festivals as well. And there's a whole like new section of like there's a new skill tree and new like ways to get skills. Which is wild. Also, the game is taking a very long time to load. Is it just me? I'm pretty sure we've been sitting on this loading screen for so long. Yeah, there's like a whole page of stuff that got added. Like, you have to scroll down like a considerable amount to like check all the updates, sort of thing. Yeah, I know. Should I just reset the game? It's still loading. Close it and try again. Get a new Switch. I like my Smash Brothers Switch though. I probably would fix it if the Switch 2 is a thing. Yeah, there's things like there's a new mastery system, new environmental events, two mini fishing festivals, a desert festival, a new farm type, which is the Meadowlands farm, which you actually start with a coop and two chickens instead, which is kind of interesting. And I think I did mention that I was sort of considering trying the Jojo route. And I guess if I do try the Jojo route, we'll do it on the Meadowlands, like, farm. There we go. I wonder why the game was, like, taking so long to load. Yeah, there's new gift reactions. You can now get multiple pets once you've maxed hearts on your regular pet. There's an animal tab now, so you can actually see all your animals, like similar to like when you could see all the villagers, and you can see if you've petted them for the day or not. But yeah, you can get more animals, and apparently turtles are now an animal choice, which is exciting because I mean, turtles. Who doesn't like a good turtle? There's new home renovations. There's new like, I think they changed how you can make multiplayer houses. They just now you don't need items. You don't need materials to make those. You can just use money. I don't know if they made it more expensive to buy like extra housing and stuff like that, but yeah. It's too far away. This is like the downside of like trying to catch unknown is that the moment they spawn in, they just run. Makes it really hard to see where they're going. See an exclamation mark or a question mark over in the corner? It's the exclamation mark guy. I think that's all of them. Man, the place in here is so base boosted. Gee whiz. It's so sinister looking. I think that's all of them. Okay. That's kind of all that I really wanted to catch here. So I guess I'll just fly over all the other places. One thing that I did see that they added was they've added like a whole bunch of like new tools and stuff like that. There's like new tools like a dehydrator, a bigger chest, fish smoker, which means that fish can be sold at a better price. There's new trees, new crops. New items, new hats, new furniture. They added a new fish. We have a goby fish now, so clearly that means we're gonna go catch another fish. And apparently they've added more achievements too. I don't know exactly what that means in terms of just like the previous achievements, so I'm wondering if it like is going to affect the achievements I haven't gotten just yet. Because there are a small amount of achievements I obviously haven't gotten, like shipping all the produce and stuff like that, like full shipment as well as the produce shipment. Might as well do this petal little one because it gets me berries. Yeah, I am looking forward to playing some more Stardew because clearly we now have a lot more stuff to do. But one of the big things is that snake vertebrae, which is notorious for being really hard to get, has been made a lot easier, so that's good. I think one of the petalils ran all the way back there. I'm gonna have to try and catch it. Okay. This one, I think. I can see the angry eyes of a barboach in the water. Can I grab it though? Nice. That actually gives me the it didn't see me check. Because they made it that barboach, you have to catch them without them seeing you, which is like one of the worst like Pokedex things to do for especially for swimming creatures, especially barboach, because they're aggressive by nature and there's only so many of them in this area, so if you make the mistake of getting spotted, then you just kind of screw it out of that capture. It's gonna warp, but I can't. There we go. Well, Teddiursa's here. It would be nice to find a male one because, funnily enough, while Teddiursa and Ursaluna don't have a gender difference, Ursaring does. I mean, it's probably for the best. Could you imagine how annoying it would be to try and get like a gender difference between Ursaluna? Considering Ursaluna is already like a kind of difficult mon to just get your hands on because you need like a hyper-specific Evo for it. It's like, step 1, find a peat block, which isn't like terribly like common. Step 2, wait until a full moon. Step 3, evolve. Profit. It's one of the more annoying Evos in this game, to say the very least. Just by how, like, convoluted it is. Obviously, it's not the most convoluted, at least it, like, sort of makes sense what you need to do, but, like, yeah. There are some rough evolution paths out there that you just wonder how the heck anyone's supposed to figure it out. Sword and Shield was notorious for that sort of stuff. I don't know what they were thinking with some of their Evos. Some of their Evo, like, requirements are so niche. I think it actually had, like, genuinely had, like, one of the most amount of, like, convoluted, like, evolution stuff. Just Sword and Shield alone. Like, off the top of my head thinking, there's the Milsuri line, which is you gotta spin in a circle with a particular topping with the mon in your party, and depending which direction you turn and what time of the day it is, depends on what type of flavor you get. Galarian Farfetch is like, get 3 crits in one battle, which is another kind of difficult one to do. Galarian Yunmask is just evil. Just casually take a certain amount of damage, go to this one specific location, and evolution. Rain stopped. Point catching. Yeah, Yarnmask is just convoluted to evolve. And there were so many of these type of weird evolutions. You technically could say the Applin line was a pretty weird evolution, because it's like, find a specific apple, like, and then just use the item, and they don't really tell you that you need a specific apple to evolve it. So it's just like, there's a lot you have to do to evolve some of the stuff in those games. Let me see if I can look at my Toxtricity is a bit of a weird one. It's like whatever nature it is, depends on what like version you get. That's not too weird. Sinistea, you gotta get an obscure item, and also not only that, it's like depending on which form you have, that's another thing too. And I think those are like pretty much the most obscure. If you count stuff like from the Hisui region, there's a couple of weird ones. Wordia, Basculegion. Overquill, those are all big, how the heck are you supposed to evolve it mons? Like, there's a ton of weird evos back in those games. Yeah, and Galarian Farfetch. I don't know if Galarian Farfetch started the weird trend. I would say Malamar did. You evolve Malamar by flipping your DS upside down. Like, that's really weird. I'm trying to think if there's any other really weird evos. Pretty much it was like the only weirdest ones were like literally just trade evos where you gotta get a specific item. I don't think I had any terribly weird evos in Gen 5. It was literally Gen 6 that sort of started some really weird evos, I think. I guess Vivillon's a weird evo because the only way you can get different patterns is to literally live in different parts of the country. But that's kind of one of the few big weird ones, I guess. Along with Malamar. Everything else is pretty obtainable. Alola had a couple of weird ones where it's like, take this Pokemon to a specific location to evolve it, but yeah. Sword and Shield definitely had, like, has the crown jewel of having the most absurd, weird evolutions. And Scarlet and Violet have a couple of weird evos too, but nothing compared to Sword and Shield. Like, one of the weirder ones I'd probably say is, anything that has to learn a specific move. Those are kind of weird. Like, Dunsparce learning Hyper Drill's a little odd. Hydrapple learning Dragon Cheer, which is like a new TM. I don't think you can teach Diplin Dragon Cheer. Normally, you have to use a TM, so that's a bit of a weird one too. Because you kind of have to go out of your way to evolve that one. Oh, yes. All 3 of the walking Pokemon. So, like, Relor, Bramblin, and Pawmore, where you have to evolve them by, like, walking with them. Those are all weird, if you think about it. There's a good mix of mons here. And I don't know how much further they can get with the weird stuff. Or if it should be a thing that should continue, because, like... That's a good sign. That's a shiny. It's one I need. This guy here. Why are these little guys so aggressive? Ow! Okay, we got the shiny. I think that's literally all I needed. I don't know if I need to evolve it or anything. Yeah. No, technically I need 2 of them. I need one to keep as a Bergmite and one to evolve into a regular Avalugg. Short equals rage, pretty much. We got one of them. Gotta move away for a second. That is exciting. We finally got a mon that we needed. We could have technically caught this in not Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet. So there's no biggie about us catching this one, but I mean, I'll take it. See if I can catch this one without triggering the other 2. Actually, I don't really need to stay here. Now that I think about it. I've already got shiny Hisui and Avalugg, so there's no point. If we still have time, we'll go back to it, but yeah. Not on the top of the list of something that I need. Another one? Where? Where is it? I heard the shiny. Is it you? I'm genuinely confused. You guys heard the shiny too. But it's not... Is it not above ground? Is there an underground passage? I guess there is. It was around here, wasn't it? Is it that mischievous? No, it would have sparkled us getting close to it, right? No, this is it. It's this mischievous. Oh my goodness, that is so hard to see down here. I needed this. Wow. That is so lucky. I actually needed Mischievous because now I can evolve it into Miss Magius and I have that line complete. Good thing I thought about it. I was like so confused when I was flying around at the top. I was just like, why can't I see the mon that I'm after? Like, I can hear the sparkle, but I can't see it. That's super lucky. It's a good thing I, like, stared at that Mischievous, because I was like, I was about to run literally right past it. But then I thought about it and I was like, maybe I should double check. Because I was staring at it for, like, the longest time for a moment, and I was like, there's something off about it. I can't tell, because it's really dark in here. I guess I was right. It legitimately was... It was the Mischievous. Quickly catch the Rufflets. That's the downside of us looking for that Mischievous, is that we're a little behind on time schedule now because of it. Alright, that should be the last one. Right. We still have to visit this Glammeow up here and the Bergmite. Probably the Glammeow, because if they just run away, then that's fine. But yeah, we are very short on time. We gotta hustle. But I'll take missing out Glammeow if it means we get the Mischievous. Catch all these cats. Right. Head down to the Bergmites and then Magby, I guess? I don't have Magby yet either, so... Okay. Good thing I did the Glammeow first, because I knew this nonsense would happen. Okay, there should be a new horde. Alrighty. On the dip. Would have been nice if I could catch a couple more of those, of the, Avalugs, just to fill out the Pokedex entry, but oh well. We don't need them. Catch all the babies. Still got a bit of time. I thought the Mischievous would have taken a lot longer, but looks like we still have plenty of time. where to check out, really. I mean, we can go down this way and do a quick, like, loop here. That might be a good thing to do. Could check out the Kadabra as well. But yeah, overall a good hunt for this one. I wasn't expecting the back-to-back shinies. And technically one of them was full odds as opposed to like being part of the mass outbreak. Deborah's. And I think the more important thing is that both mons that we found were mons that we needed. Okay. Actually, let's continue down this way. Do a quick, nope. Turn. I saw the speech bubble and I was like, nope, not dealing with that. Those bandits really have nothing better to do. I like how they expect people to be just walking around out here. Isn't this place super dangerous? Like, I don't think many of the average, like, human beings are gonna be out here. Oh, I see him. He's one of the Dusclops. He's behind the tree. Sorry, dude, I didn't mean to throw the smoke ball at you. I was like, I could hear the sound of the shiny, and I was like, Nani, where is he? Ow! Dude. Oh, that stuns you for a very long time. What the heck? Was that like 3 shinies all in this one run? The huge difference from last session. Holy heck. Clearly this is where all the luck went. All the luck was stored in this game. That is what I did wrong. I accidentally transferred all the luck over here. Who would have thought? Okay, let's grab the shinies. So, casually shiny Dusclops, which is unfortunate I don't need, but it's pretty cool that we got it. Bergmite, which we did need. And the Mischievous that I'm going to grab and put in my party real quick and evolve it, because I think we picked up a Duskstone just a moment ago. Put you there. Put you there. Grab you. Yeah, let's go. We get an evolution. And we picked up a Duskstone like when I was in this area earlier, so maybe it was a sign. Let's go. Mischievous into Mismagius. And I can mark it down that I have this evolution. That gets rid of that big sort of area. Love filling in the Shinydex. There's always such a nice thing of getting rid of a square and having a full square done. There we go. Actually, I can now start like editing this as too. Give me a sec. Probably have to go back up. Also, yeah, this is like, this game we haven't caught either Misdreavus, because we caught Misdreavus during our home run. So we can now do that, and now do that. So we got 2 entries for shinies there. which is really neat. Bergmite we caught here, so I don't think we need to update that one. Yeah, Bergmite's already done, and then the other one we caught was Dusclops, which I don't think I've... Oh no, I have caught in this game. Just this guy that I haven't got. Alrighty. Neat. This was a very... what one might call a very good run. And we've like jumped from like all the way almost up to 80 of encounters. And this guy, I think he's going to stay a Bergmite. Unless I catch another one here. But yeah, this guy's going to be a Bergmite. So we can put down in our Shinydex as well that we have finally caught Bergmite. And this one... I want to change its name. I'm going to call you Cavern. Because that's where we found you. That's probably not how you spell Cavern, but I'll check it later. Look at that. 3 shinies in this one run. We found 5 shinies, I think, today, just alone. That immediately beats, like, our previous run on Monday. Ooh, that's nice. That's done. Hey, I got that one done too. Neat. That was good to catch some of those Avalugs. So now all I have to do is fight them. But it's not like we need to at the moment. Well, it'd be nice to get a perfected Pokédex. We don't need to do that right now. That's not the goal here. Nothing interesting. Might do a quick skim around this area. There isn't really many Pokemon I need to find in this area anymore. It used to be like Hisui and Voltorb, but like we don't need Hisui and Voltorb anymore because of that recent Pokeball event. So the only kind of Mon that I could possibly catch here is like, what, Rotom, maybe? And then the Hisui and Sneasel. That's pretty much the only check, is the Hisui and Sneasel, and maybe checking down here to see if there's a Hisui and Basculin. But other than that, there's not really much we can catch here. So we might as well visit here while we're in the area. This is the wrong... Yeah, it's further down. It's down here, I think. We're in the wrong section. That's a big hippo. He's bigger than his, like, dad. Thankfully, we can also find Hisui and Sneasel over in, the Snowlands, but it's going to be a bit of a rough one for us to hunt. Because I don't think we have a full Pokédex entry for him. So it might be something we'll have to start, like, working towards. Actually, let me just check, because... No, we have the full Pokédex entry, so it's just a matter of whether we find one or not. Another issue with Basculin is its tendency to flee. If we do find, like, a shiny Basculin, we're just gonna have to save in front of it and just keep trying and, like, resetting if we need to. Because that's kind of gonna be, like, what's gonna happen. Because I've seen shiny Basculin, or, like, I saw it for a split second, and it ended up fleeing before I had a chance to actually, like, realize that it was actually the shiny. And that's not fun. Part of me thinks that it'd be better just to hunt it in Scarlet and Violet, but the area to hunt that guy is kind of small. I think it's literally in the Timeless Woods and the Timeless Woods only. Nothing here. We'll just do our Glam Meow check. I haven't saved in a little while, so I might quickly save before I do anything rash. Because I have accidentally deleted shinies, so I'm not gonna do that again. Oops. Just realized something. We gotta make it daytime. Or we'll be just Murkrow, and we don't need Murkrow at the moment. In here. I don't think there's any more Glameow down this way, so... Just Apom. I mean, it's pretty much all we can really look for here is Glameow. There's nothing else here. Oh well, we're pretty much just waiting for another mass outbreak, so... If there's one shiny indicator I would have really loved is the ones for trees. Because if a Pokemon is shiny inside, like, shaking in the trees, it doesn't actually do the shiny jingle. It's kind of odd. So you can't, like, just fly up near a tree and hear it. I guess it's technically considered hidden. But yeah, that goes for, like, those boulders too, if they're shaking. They don't let you know if it's a shiny or not. That sounds like a really large Finneon. I can hear the Finneon, like, from up here. What the heck? Is it this guy here? Maybe it's not a large Finneon. No, that's definitely an alpha. There it is. I don't know if I have Alpha Finneon, so I want to try and catch it. We'll see. Alright. I just don't know if I have the Alpha one. I haven't double checked. I actually have handy dandy notes. Literally wrote them down to see what alphas I'm missing. Because I'm smart like that. Have I really not got an Alpha Avalog? That's funny. No, I did need Finneon. Nice. Cool. I got another Alpha to my Alpha Dex, which is always nice to see. Right here. Ooh. I would like to mark that down. Don't think I've gotten anything else. A lot of them are like the actual starters. I haven't gotten any of them. Still missing one Eevee, so I can get Glaceon. Essentially all the Burmese and Wormadams I don't have. But I would have thought that I had Avalog. Did we catch an Alpha Bergmite whilst we were... No, maybe it was my imagination. I thought we caught an alpha bergmite. Yeah, we caught an alpha bergmite. Do we really not have Avalok? Let me take a look. Yeah, I guess we don't. I'm pretty sure these two bergmite don't belong here. Alrighty. Ta-da! We caught one big fish. Let's head back. We've been getting a lot of outbreaks in these areas, which I'm fine with. Better than getting it in the Obsidian Highlands, where we don't really need anything there at all. Oh, I keep forgetting she's behind us here. This one base camp. Such an obnoxious location for her to be in. What have we got here? Not really much. We do have like one Sliggoo, which is cool. But like everything else is kind of a meh. Like, I'll fly over everything. I might go over the Murkrow for the try and get the gender difference, but it's not much to work with for this particular location. Hitting the tree. Can't believe, like, what was that? Three Gudras in a row? Kind of absurd. Alright, so new horde should appear now. Still Gudra. Kinda hoping for Alpha. At the same time, Alphas would just been kind of annoying to catch, so... Oh, it's one of these ones. Where the moment you try to catch one, they all set off. Oh, but I need the shiny of this guy, but this could take a long while. I mean, there's nothing else for me to catch, so I guess I can take the time to do this. Oh lord, he coming. One more, and then... Ah, we gotta do this the old-fashioned way, do we? What on earth was that? That attack pattern was so whack. He wasn't even aiming at me. Alright. Nothing here to catch. I guess we'll just quickly fly over all the other areas and see if any shinies pop up. Soul's level of dodging. I know, he was like jumping back and forth, and I was like, what on earth? And he didn't even, like, when he shot off the Hydro Pump, it wasn't even hitting me. So bizarre. The AI in this game is, it's an AI. I mean, at least it, like, is decent. Are you male? Because I do need a male one of these guys, because they do have a gender difference. This lad here? No, it's female. Tis a shame, but it is what it is. Might as well catch them all. I can... We're up to 80! That Krogunt was 80. I can't get over how they walk. They're so... no thoughts, head empty sort of walk. Alright, so it was definitely worth doing a quick flyover. It is a bit of a shame it's female, but, like, you know. I do want to see if we can get close to 100 shinies. I don't know if we'll get 100 shinies before we close out the shiny hunting month for a little while. It would be cool, but... I mean, the fact that we've caught 80 shinies in the 15 sessions, still really wild. Hate tree hitboxes. Right, nothing here. Go down this way. Got to clear up, that's fine. We're just gonna fly over the rest of them. Another Alphamon nearby. I didn't get to see it, but there is. It's there. As the game likes to tell you. Gotta go fast. Two more checks. While the rain clears up. No! I was hoping to get one more check in, but it looks like we were way out of time. Alrighty. Unfortunately, usually during these mass outbreaks, no unknown really spawn in the ruins, so there's no point going in there. I guess the one ups... Man, we've caught a lot of mons. I think this is, yeah, the first time we've caught a shiny Krogant in this game, so that actually gets added to the dex. Krogant. Yes. There we go. He's not a bad shiny, I must say. It's a nice color. It is a bit of a shame it's not male, because I needed a male one. But it's a bit of an oh well. There is one thing I need to do. I need to already empty out, like, this section again. I probably should do that as well. See which unknown I caught as alpha. These. Didn't mean to do that. E. I don't think that's an E. And on F. G H I J K. Don't need you. K L E. We don't have. You are. Is this F? No, that's Z, right? Actually, I actually have on all the unknown. Yeah, it's Z. And put you here. STUV. Don't know if any of these. No, these are the alphas. Another Z, another Y. I think X is the only one we don't have. Yeah. Alright. That's not too bad for getting all the alpha unknown. I decided to actually start doing this. Not important, but, you know, might as well. If I get any alpha unknown. It's a cool little thing. Gosh, I'm sure there's somebody out there who's actually doing alpha unknown as well. Alright, let's actually empty out the boxes now that I've sorted that out. So we don't run into the situation we did earlier where we ran out of box space. This is good gameplay. I don't know if I need a bar brooch. Probably not, by the looks of it. But I'll keep it here just in case. I can always get rid of it later. It's only one alpha compared to like the boxes of like regular mons we've caught. That should be all of them. Uh, it is a shame that we're not really adding anything to the Pokedex. It would be nice to be adding more stuff, but it's understandable, to be honest. Most of the really easy stuff, like catch this mon this many times, has kind of already been done. Dang, no new outbreaks today. We'll do our usual glam meow route as per usual. I've got hiccups. No. Perhaps I should take a sip of water. I'll do that after this run. I kind of wish Braviary would go slightly higher, but yeah. Should be okay now that we're at this part of the land. Nothing. Okay, I'm gonna take that drink right now. Ugh. Got another split decision. The ice area has been doing really well for us at the moment. So I feel like I'm more inclined to go this way than the marsh area, but we'll take a look. We got Bergmite again, 2 Rufflet, and Oshawott. All really good spawns. And my phone's ringing. Ah, I don't know what to do about my phone situation. I have a phone in my room so that I can like intercept calls, but the problem is that I'm pretty sure like when I was actually editing one of these videos, like you guys can hear it like super loud in the mic. It's like one of the things that immediately gets like picked up on my mic no matter what. And I think I did try to turn it off for a while, but that just ended up having an issue where um I missed an important call from it. Nothing too big, it was just my mum wanting to be picked up for some reason. So I'm in that sort of situation where I'm like, do I want to keep this phone in this room? Like, I mean, it is useful, and at the very least, I can stop scam callers attempting to call. Oh my goodness. Can't believe I literally just was talking about, oh, it might be an important call, and it was sort of an important call the moment it called a second time. Ah, yeah. So that's the situation that I'm stuck in. You guys just have to listen to a phone ring every so often. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. Hyper aggressive starter Pokemon. Thankfully they only need like one sticky orb to slow them down. Act, they're so aggressive! I am honestly bamboozled how Lavington just casually has the starter Pokemon sitting in his house and they do not just like destroy him. Head back to the Duot. Thankfully the Duot don't seem to like attack the moment one of them gets caught. It's more of a chain reaction later on. I hate Water Pulse! What was that? It looked like he attacked me, but then he ran straight through me, so I don't know what happened there. That seems to be the last of them, so we'll just... dip. All the ghost types are out, that's fine. Come on, Rufflet. I just need one Rufflet. That's all I need. Nope. Birds. It's kind of crazy how big Braviary is compared to like Rufflet. Oh. think we should be good. Alright. Welcome back, Shawnee. Hate moving, my body is wet, drenched in my own sweat. Ugh, I hate sweat as well. Thankfully I don't sweat too often, but yeah, I can imagine you just... all that moving would eventually just result in that. Were you able to do a lot of moving before your eventual sweaty shutdown? Just gotta focus for a little bit here. Clearly all seen me, so there's no point hiding. Alrighty. There's not really much more I want to explore here. Legends Arceus. Hello there, Lime. Yeah, we're doing some Legends Arceus. We've had a bit of a better run this time around compared to last time where we only found one shiny. Catch these Snova so that we can get some berry replenishing. You're red Jello. How are you lime flavored? Ooh. Well, I guess food coloring exists. Ready. Nothing interesting this run, but that's okay. But yeah, we've had a lot more shinies caught this run. I think we were at 74. We've caught six shiny Pokemon this run, as opposed to the sole one we caught last run. I think it's because we're being a bit more lenient on like what we're going for. There's no stress really. This is kind of the last Legends Arceus hunting session for a little while. Might as well just, you know, have some fun, see what shinies we can get. And if we get shinies that we need, all the better. Which we have been thankfully lucky about. We've managed to get a couple of shinies that we needed. Alright, I think we'll go here, here, and then here, here. I think those four will do. So we'll warp, I guess, over to the Pearl Settlement. But yeah, after that, it'll be pretty much just the Dynamax lair. And as much as Dynamax lair has a higher chance of getting shinies, the actual method is a very slow method, so I don't really expect us to catch any shinies in Dynamax lairs as much as say Legends or even just Violet and Scarlet. This poison's really taking a toll on me. Go in the ball. Goodness, this magma is wasting so much time. Yeah, no. I'm not gonna waste any more time with this. I can easily catch Magby elsewhere. Everything's so aggressive. The Oshawott going to be just as bad once we get over there. The thing is that Magby hunt we just did a moment ago could have been really easy had there not literally been a magma. There we go. I don't know why that took us way too long to deal with. Ow! My ankles. To get full damage in this game is rough. I think that should be all of them. Chase this guy away. Alright, Oshawott, let's see if we can get a shiny from you. We'll probably fly over to the Drifloon just to check it out. There's the Oshawott and maybe the Magby that we were hunting earlier are going to be the last checks for the end of the snowstorm. Big Swinub. What the? For a second I thought that Apom just sort of blipped out of existence. Oh, this is an awful area. Cool. Dang it. Nothing from them. Yeah, let's just head back to the Magby and see if we can get rid of that magma. This guy. I should put my jet balls closer. Alrighty. There's not really much more for us to take a look at. I mean, we can go here and just fly over the last few areas before the snowstorm finishes. We're pretty much done. I do have to say, there is one Pokemon that I haven't seen in any of, like, our runs so far, is, like, Hisui and Zorua. You'd think we would have seen it by now. We've had so many of the snowstorm, mass outbreaks, but no, we haven't seen a single spawn of, like, the Zorua. And unfortunately, it's kind of like one of our biggest chances of getting a shiny, because I'm pretty sure only one Zorua, like, spawns on the map per time you go here. And it's like underground in a single cave. So the odds of it like showing up shiny are very, very low. Possible, but not great odds. Right, that's it here. I do wonder if they're going to have other people from different like areas in the next Legends game, because it is implied that Professor Lavington is sort of related. I think he is related to like Hop and Leon, and they're from Gala. So I wonder if it's going to be a similar sort of case where we're going to have somebody from a different region. I mean, we've got that one guy from the Alola region in this game. So I wonder if we'll get any particular people from maybe the Paldea region or something. The Paldea is quite recent, so I'm not too sure. I mean, they did have an exploration team back in the day for Paldea. Sure. I think we'll just fly over all these ones first and then just do these and do the Glameow last. Literally nothing else for us to look here for. Bit of a shame, but it is what it is. But I have to say, I've seen so many more videos of like people claiming they know what starter Pokemon are going to be in ZA. And I'm just like getting kind of sick of it. I honestly don't care if they're right or wrong. It's just, guys, the game doesn't come out until like, what, next year? There's no point speculating over it. Just, I think it's more that they're just starved for content. So I feel bad for PokeTubers. They've got to like, they're constantly got to be on top of like the game because of their audience is essentially just children who have very short attention spans and need to be fed new information like every single day. It's probably why I don't really watch any PokeTubers, because I just don't like their personality that they're portraying. I know they're doing it for, you know, to keep kids. That's their audience. But man, it must be tiring, to say the very least, to deal with all that. Actually, now that I think about it, we don't really see Cleffer here. Bit odd. Which way? Once we see this, I think we'll warp over here and just do this sort of loop. We no longer have to go for Piplup because we have finished the Piplup line now. I think pretty much all the starters except for Chimchar is like the only one we don't have like all the shinies for. Doop-a-doo. Okay, and finally, I'm not going to bother with the tentacle. It's sort of out of the way. Like how you can sort of hear like a small theme playing in the back. There's nothing much more we can do here. Let's see how our boxes are going. Yeah, we've still got plenty of space. I don't think we need to fly up on that ridge that we usually do to check for Glammeow. I think they don't spawn up there right now. So I guess we can just leave. One Bergmite versus multiple of these. It's tempting. I mean, Bergmite we need. So, we'll see what's here, and if there's nothing interesting, we'll just go back and go to the Bergmite. We literally just need Sneasel. If we have outbreaks of Sneasel, then we stay. If we don't have outbreaks of Sneasel, we leave. There's a Rowlet outbreak. I do need Rowlet, and there's a Dartrix. Yeah, I guess we're staying. They're in really awkward locations, so goodness. There's no close location. This is like the one starter also that's completely avoided me, like, throughout these games. I have found shiny Oshawott and shiny Centiquil and Quilava. Rowlet? Absolutely nothing. Not a single Rowlet. And Rowlet is the only one out of the group that I believe I have the perfect dex entry for. So I feel like it's just a case the game knows I want it, so it won't give it to me. Something's attacking me, but I'm not sure what. Whoop. Ow. Whoop. So much dodging. Alright. Now we just take off down the mountain. And then I guess after the rowlet we just look at all the other spawn locations and see if anything pops up. Gotta get more sticky globs. I'm running out of them due to that fiasco. Are you kidding me? All these are Dartrixes. Ugh. Such a waste of my time. Just want Rowlet. This is such a waste of time. The one Rowlet that's like watching this all go down is just standing so far away. Oh my goodness. That was supposed to be, look at this. It's supposed to be a Rowlet outbreak. Half the spawns were Dartrix. I hate Quick Ball. Despise Quick Ball. So useless. Useless ass ball. You saw me throw it directly at him and it hit the ground first. Like what is that garbage? Go in the ball, please. Okay. That was a bit of a waste of time, but I guess that's all of them done, at the very least. Not really much else we can do here. Wow. We only, like, had 2 outbreaks that we checked, and the rain is already, like, about to finish. That's how long it took for us to do those. I would like to leave. Part of me thinks that I should have just stuck with the Bergmite. Hmm. Don't need anything in obsidian. I'll just do a quick check around this area. Because Glam Meow, I think, can spawn here. They're not as common, but they can. And there is a section where Ugly spawn. Plus, we can check out Rowlet, Bergmite, Sneasel. There's a good chunk of stuff we can check here. Quick lap over here. And I think it's over here in this forest here. There's a couple of Sneasels here. And the one alpha that always spawns here. Nothing else. And pretty much really all that we can explore. I guess heading towards the middle area. Check out for some Bergmite, but that's pretty much it. Alrighty. Nothing else here. Time to quickly dip. I will take the marsh this time. We're almost at the 3-hour mark. I don't know what I will do. We probably will be doing Violet on Saturday. So I think we'll just stick to Legends Arceus, seeing that this is the final sort of run through. Ah, nothing here. I should have definitely saved beforehand. Oh well, we'll just fly over every single one of the boards and see. Was there any berry ones? No, not even any berry ones. Yeesh. This is a really bad batch of mons, to say the least. Do. There is a shiny there. I don't know if I need agenda for either of these two, but unfortunately I don't need a female one, and that cricket tot was definitely female. I can't believe that missed me. That cricketune should have definitely hit me. I'm standing in like the smallest patch of grass. Oh, I forgot to get more Ultra Balls. Rush back and go grab those real quick. But we can put that as another shiny found, so... We're up to 81. Didn't think we'd run out of balls so quickly. Nothing here. Hello there, Connor. Pocket monsters? Yeah. Aggressive pocket monsters. These ones can attack you. But welcome. We're just doing some shiny hunting in Legends Arceus. It's part of the final shiny hunting month sessions before I take a big break on them. Because as you can tell in the title, we've done about 14 sessions of them. And I am getting slightly burnt out from them, so I gotta take a bit of a break. Hand-to-paw combat, the only honorable way to be a trainer. Ooh! Avoid the bandits. But yeah, unfortunately you can't fist fight with Pokemon in this game. More that you just gotta dodge them. Because they can really hurt you. That is something I wonder if it's going to be a thing in the new Legends game that's coming out, if we're still going to have aggressive Pokemon. Because it feels like the one in the next in the series, this being based on Z, I think it's going to be a bit further into the future. Well, I wouldn't say further into the future, but like it feels like it's going to be a little bit more like when people have got a better handle on Pokemon. Because in Hisui, their mentality is Pokemon are dangerous, Pokemon are vicious creatures, don't interact with Pokemon. Like, a lot of the humans are afraid of Pokemon in this game. It's only due to your research, along with the Galaxy team, that basically, you know, gives them reason to be okay with Pokemon. Like, other than that, it's pretty much just people avoiding Pokemon. God, I hope so. Yeah, I do hope they will keep some elements of Legends, because that's what made Legends fun. Just yeeting a lot of Pokeballs. But I don't think it's going to be this far in the past like Hisui is. Alrighty. Shiny cricket pot. I don't know if I've caught this in this game. Let's find out. I have already. Looks like I've caught 2 females too. I hope we expand civilization a bit in the new game, but there are still areas where it's just still very dangerous. Yeah. I mean, people are speculating this is going to be during the war. So that might be why Pokemon are dangerous. It's more just like, they're just actively out to attack us. Because they're being commanded to. As opposed to just, oh, they're just vicious because they're wild creatures in an untamed land. And also, we still don't know if it's like, is it going to be another protagonist who accidentally gets isekai'd? Or if it's going to be the case of just like... we'll go here. Or if it's going to actually be somebody who's part of that time. Because it doesn't seem like Arceus will be involved in this particular game. It'd make very little sense to have him involved, but at the same time, there's not really many mons that can be seen as, oh, they could send you through time. Like, the only one I think we were theorizing that could do something like that was, like, Hoopa. Because Hoopa is from Gen 6. I'm gonna change it to daytime. And Hoopa is shown in Masters to be able to, like, bring people from various time and space. Because, I mean, it's literally a genie. So, like, that's the only reason I could see a new protagonist being added to this game, being someone from the modern time, is that they accidentally just get pulled in because of Hoopa's mischief. But that's pretty much my only theory. I'm able to take down an enemy camp with the soldiers with the Gudra. That's game of the year. Yeah, Gudra's getting it good, isn't he? Because, like, not only does he get a new form in this game, he gets, like, to be in the next game too by default. I'm just happy that, like, it's either Hoopa or they make a new legendary. Which I don't think they'll make a new legendary. Not one that will be very important. Because they did make a new legendary for this game, and it's a genie being Enamorous, but Enamorous has little to no presence in the story. It was always just an odd thing. It's just like, oh, it's here. And it's just like, it happens to be the thing that Kogita uses to, like, travel and is, like, actual friends with. But as an, you know, a legendary to do something, it's not really that at all. And also, yeah, the game is called Legends ZA. It's not called, like, Legends Arceus, where it's specifically on a particular mon. Like, my only thoughts is, like, it could be... I don't know. Zygarde has so many different forms at this point. I'm just, like, not too keen on the idea of Zygarde getting another form. Because... you can't even, like, collect any of these forms. Like... in home, you can only put the 10% form, like the dog form, and the regular form. You can't put any of the cores or anything like that because you can't use them for fighting. But I honestly don't think Zygarde's going to get another form anytime soon, so... I think he is going to be important, but... I don't know. Heck, there's still, like, the question of what Xerneas and Yveltal's role will be. Will they get new forms? Because, I mean, the thing is that with Palkia and Dialga, Giratina already had an origin form, so they could get away with just giving them another form. Ooh, there's like 3 Glameows. This could be our chance. Like, the only thing that, like, Xerneas and Yveltal are known for is they do massive damage in the 2 ways they do things, and they have a cocoon and a tree form when they need to sleep. That's kind of all they do. And I guess they wreck the meta. These guys must be inside a cave or something. Because, like, other than that, that's pretty much all they do. But I don't blame them. It's literally just due to X and Y's story being rather bare bones. Because they're shown to have, like, pretty impressive power. Especially Yveltal. Yveltal's, like, stupidly dangerous. And, like, heck, they even make, like, they highlight Yveltal's, like, destructive power, not only in a movie, but actually in the anime series, too. There's, like, a whole, I'm pretty sure there was a whole episode dedicated to Yveltal, where a girl gets turned into stone by it, and her brother, like, spends the entire time looking for a way to change her back, and in the end, he just dies of old age, and she's just left there forever turned to stone. And you're just like, wow, that's really dark. Wow, Pokemon. And yeah, we saw in the movies that it turns people into stone too. Like, in the games itself, it's said to be really dangerous. Heck, one of the Pokedex entries for Yveltal is that if it ever was to die, it would just suck out all the life force of everything in the vicinity and just become reborn again. Like, it makes Xerneas look like complete garbage, which is funny because in terms of competitive, Xerneas is like the biggest threat anyone's ever seen. They're all attacking. Yeah, that was a fun episode. Yeah, I just remember seeing, like, very briefly the episode, and I was like, hold up, they just made an episode where it's just, like, the most traumatic thing that could happen to a guy? Like, it's just a dude's conga line of trauma. Where he's just looking for Xerneas, hoping to find a way to save her. I don't even remember if he even found Xerneas in any shape or form. Because you realize that Xerneas could have done the worst thing possible. Like, because Xerneas is believed to give eternal life. So, there is, like, the small thought that if he had found Xerneas, what if Xerneas just was like, haha, cool story, bro, that you're trying to rescue your sister. Here, let me give you more time, and then makes him immortal. And then he has to spend the rest of eternity trying to figure out how to save his sister. That would be messed up to, like, a whole nother level. Yeah, he goes on this journey and does it, make it so far, eventually finds the stupid deer and it does nothing and then he dies. Yeah, pretty much. And it's not even known if, like, the people who get turned into stone can, like, are they totally frozen in time? Like, does their mind stop working? Is it more like, you know, that whole thing with Dr. Stone where when the people were turned into stone, they're still, like, still conscious? Like, that's really never answered, like, at all. So yeah, Xerneas kind of sucks compared to Yveltal. So weird. But Xerneas, the destroyer of, like, competitive, and then Yveltal, the destroyer of everything in the anime and, like, anything in its vicinity. Like, Oblivion Wing doesn't really do much, like, in the games. Like, sure, it heals you and stuff like that, but, like, compared to, like, Geomancy, where you just get, you just take a turn to charge all your stats, and you can use a Power Herb to just instantly get max charge. It's crazy the difference between game and anime. Right. It really is, yeah. Yeah, it feels like some mons are just way more powerful in the animes than they are in the actual games. Quick capture session. Okay, I mean, we don't need Mischievous anymore, so I guess we'll just do this other Glameow group. Is actually in the tunnel, which I didn't realize. But yeah, I don't think Xerneas got a movie about him. I'm pretty sure it's just Yveltal that got a movie. But I could be wrong. For the alpha real quick. Ignore the bass boosted like cave sounds. Alrighty. I don't know what to do about the duot. I mean, I'll go one more time over there and see if we find anything, but yeah. I think we were having discussion last session about the anime too. And just like how the anime just casually gets away with some really like dark stuff and like actual serious topic material. I think we were talking about the Sun and Moon anime, how like a lot of people actually just sort of gave it the pass due to like oh, it's just, you know, silly art style and stuff like that, but like Sun and Moon got away with like some seriously dark material. Nothing compared to like some of the other ones. There are some pretty dark moments in other ones too, but like I feel like Sun and Moon got away with like some seriously messed up stuff. With that fast power. Power through all those duots. Guess we'll go here and get berries. That episode where they see like dead relatives. Yeah. Not only it was just like casually dead relatives. Like it had a mix of like so many different emotions for that one. You got like Ash and his Tora cat, I think it was at the time, meeting up with Stoutland again, which was really like a very bittersweet, but it was seen as a very, you know, a very nice moment. Like Stoutland gets to teach Tora cat one last thing before it like moves on into the afterlife, and they seem to be really happy to see each other again. And you're like, oh, that was nice. And then you had like the whole thing with Mallow meeting up with her mother after not being able to say goodbye properly for the first time, and that's very bittersweet. But like a part that's sort of glossed over is the fact that Lily and Gladion went in there specifically to look for their dad. They were like, if we see him here, that means he's dead, which is like a horrific thought to have as a child. Like they specifically went in there like, if our dad's here, then we can confirm he's dead. And you're just like, I was like, wait, hold up. That's incredibly dark. Like what? Like, you guys went in there with the knowledge that he could be dead, so if he's not here, I mean, yay, he's still alive out there, but like, wow, you went in there thinking that he could be dead. That's really messed up. And thank goodness, like, that little family really had a happy ending, that one. Yeah, that's pretty much it. They literally went in just to tick the box of if he's alive or dead. I mean, he he did unfortunately fall into the isekai protagonist thing of just having amnesia. But at least they had an actual good ending for him, because man, that family was in a bit of a rough shape, to say the least. Not to mention they had to deal with, what's his name? Faber? God, Faber's the worst. He's such a snake, I don't know why Lusamine keeps him around. I know it's more comical, but like, I don't know how they can, you know, be like, oh, I guess he can stay. He's not too much of a threat. Like, guys, he's done some really shady stuff. His sense of fashion. Big ass sunglasses. But like, he's the reason, like, Lily gets completely traumatized as a child. And then also is the reason why Lusamine gets kidnapped by Neoligo, despite he was like, I did it for you to open up the Ultra Beast thing. And I'm like, yeah, you could have done it safer, dude. Just casually open up the portal and freak Lily out again, to the point where her mom has to, like, sacrifice herself to protect her daughter. Like, what? And I mean, in the games, I feel like in the anime they toned down his snake-like behavior, but in the anime, like in the games, he is such a snake. I have no idea why he stays in the Ether Foundation. Like, I know the Lusamine of the games is, well, at least Sun and Moon is not in a good mental state, but like, goodness gracious. I'm pretty sure she's not even there for most of, like, Sun and Moon after the credits roll, and he's still there. I think Wick should have just kicked his ass out, honestly. And I can't remember if he was responsible for the Rainbow Rocket scene, too, in the Ultra Sun and Moon bit, but he was not helpful during that either. Did we... I don't think we caught any shinies here, did we? Yeah, no shinies. If stuff went wrong, I just blamed him. Yeah, pretty much. Like, you could just, like, say that most of the stuff that he did was totally because of him. Maybe that's why they keep him around as a scapegoat. Thankfully, yeah, the Ether Foundation is a lot better in the anime. Maybe they were a little bit worried of where to put that particular spot. Because, like, Ether Foundation is a weird, like, in a weird situation in terms of just the games. Because in the original Sun and Moon, Ether Foundation had, like, most of the employees were actually good, but, like, a good chunk of them, including Lusamine herself, were just complete psychopaths. But in, like, Ultra Sun and Moon, they seem to be more on the actual better side. Like, they toned Lusamine down like crazy in Ultra Sun and Moon. No outbreaks today. So I guess they didn't know where to put it in the anime, because Lily is a main character in the anime for the longest time, and it would be really weird to have Lusamine be, like, super evil. But yeah, I think I do prefer the Lusamine from the anime just a little bit. Just a bit overprotective mom, like a bit too clingy, which is kind of makes sense for somebody who's lost, you know, lost her husband in a really tragic accident. And yeah, she did find out about the Ultra Beast things, and she became obsessed with, like, doing that. But, like, she shouldn't just hate her kids like she does in the games. She loves her kids. It's just that her behavior is just not totally right because she's traumatized. So I definitely prefer her in the anime. Yeah, the Sun and Moon anime also had some really good stuff too. It wasn't all just sad, depressing stuff. Like, for example, we get to see Kukui and, like, Burnett, the two professors, actually, you know, grow a bond and eventually get married. That was really sweet. Yeah, in the game she was just, yeah, that. But in the anime, more understandable. Yeah, I definitely do prefer anime Lusamine just because of the whole... She's not totally evil or anything like that. It's just, she's just, you know, in a bad spot. And she was given, like, the slight glimmer of hope. And she, unfortunately, was more focused on that for that brief moment. And that put her family in danger. But it also makes sense for, like, Lily and Gladion to actually put their, like... put in the effort to protect, like, to actually save her. Because if she was, like, super evil, a part of them probably were like, why would we want to save our mom? Our mom is, like, done some really awful stuff. Like, what? In the manga, I think? They made it, Lusamine, like, stupidly creepy. I don't know too much on the manga, because I haven't read the Pokemon Special manga, but the manga tends to be a bit more dark. Do you want to go do a Beautifly hunt? No. Also, what was it? I think one of the funnier gags is just the fact that for some reason nobody could tell that the masked royal is clearly Kukui. Like, how on earth do they just not know? But it's kind of funny in a way because, like, I don't know if anybody really knows about it until, like, right near the end of the anime series, but, like, Ash literally finds the mask and he's like, you must be a fan. And the problem is that we can get away with this because Ash is chronically known to make these decisions, like, constantly. If you've seen it in the original anime, Ash is just face blind or something. Like, he couldn't figure out, like, two particular people were, like, literal parents to these people. So, like, important gym leaders, even though they look similar and they literally talk about them and mention about photos in no great detail, he's like, yep, I guess they just really know much about the gym leaders. Like, kid has no awareness at all. And it really showed in that one moment, but he could get away with it because it's, like, literally part of his character to just, like, heck, they've been duped by Team Rocket constantly. Ash's, like, ability to tell things is, like, the same thing, like, how, like, Perry the Platypus situation of him just seeing two people with red and blue hair and then they immediately change costumes, like, oh, Team Rocket! Like... But I do like how it's so funny that Kukui's wife literally is, like, totally, like, a huge fan of the Masked Royal, and when it's finally revealed that her husband is literally the Masked Royal, she, like, passes out from just the complete excitement over the situation. At least he knows that his wife loves his hobbies. And also, they were just such a great family to Ash. I mean, don't really see much of, like, a good father dynamic for Ash, because, I mean, let's be completely real. There's only, like, one instance of, like, actual father figures, which is literally, like, Norman in the games, and even the professor. I don't think there's ever really mentions of, like, actually important father figures to any of the protagonists, except in Hoenn, which is, like, whoever you choose is the son or daughter to, like, Norman, and then your rival is the son and daughter to the professor. Any other times it's just some nameless NPC who says that I'm Donald Lucas's dad. I'm just a random scientist in the lab with Rowan. Ash's battle knowledge is pretty high, but anywhere else he's kind of stupid. Yes. It's definitely that. Like, Ash also... Ash has very unorthodox means of, like, teaching battling as well, which is really fun. Like, when I think there's, like, two instances I can remember off the top of my head. When he was trying to teach, I think, Rockruff how to use, like, some sort of rock-based move, and it was just basically wiggle your butt in the air. And he was just, like, doing that tail wag sort of animation for Rockruff to learn how to, like, throw rocks with its tail. And even in Journeys, like the most recent one, he wanted to help a Dragonair fly, so he got Pikachu to make Electro Web. And the idea was to use the Electro Web to jump high enough in the air to, you know, fly. Which is so weird and funny, but it kind of works for him. Plus, I mean, we got the best Dragonite, so might as well. I think that's pretty much it. He's not entirely smart with battles. I think he's definitely gotten better. Like, back in, if you look at, like, Gen 1 Ash compared to, like, his final gen, yeah, he's definitely smarter, but I think the reason he's really good at battling is he's very unorthodox. Like, the enemy doesn't know what to expect. There's another giant barboach in the water. Bit of a shame there's nothing here. There's not really any Pokemon we can catch. I think we'll just have to fly over all of them and just leave. Oh, actually, there are 2 berry ones, so I probably should, like, do that and get some berries. But nothing else really here. And we don't talk about Unova. Unova, he was even dumb during battles. They just dumbed him down incredibly. And it still stands as like one of the ones I don't like. Yeah, that thing multiple gym leaders have to basically say what the hell was that when battling him. Yeah. Honestly, I think it'd be fun to battle against somebody who'd come up with all crazy strategies. Not just the usual back and forth. Probably gives them something interesting to look at. At least a lot of, like, the newer series, he actually makes his decisions. I think somebody was like, Unova makes me sad because it had some of my favorite characters. Yeah, I can understand that mentality as well. For me, I think there was a couple of characters I did like. And the problem is that Black and White as a series had a really strong cast of characters. It's just that a lot of them were just like, either were sort of pushed out of the way due to like the whole thing, or like a lot of the gym leaders kind of suffered because of Ash also being dumbed down as well. That didn't help. I didn't care for Iris too much, unfortunately, and I think a big reason I didn't care too much for Iris was literally because of that godforsaken Emolga. Like, she had some really solid, like, teammates, but when 2 of her party, like, members are just like, Baby asks you that the gag for him is that he just can't use this one, can't fight because he baby, it gets kind of stale after a while. At least Iris's Dragonite was pretty entertaining. There's something so funny about, like, I think in, was it Journeys or something like that, when she and Ash have a rematch, and he sends out his Dragonite, and she sends out her Dragonite, and her Dragonite gives, like, the dirtiest death look to the other one, and the other one's like, oh god. Like, it is so good, just seeing the two sides of, it's like, I can be your angle or I can be your devil. That's what that is. I did like, I think they made Team Rocket, super, like, serious. That's another weird thing that they did for Unova. I loved Iris as a type of character, like a forest child thing, and then she came back and I enjoyed how she matured. Yeah, she definitely matured through the story. But yeah, unfortunately, she really just gets held down by Emolga. I just despise that little rat in the anime. It's like the worst parts of a personality you can get. It's like, it's selfish. It uses people. It literally has a track to try and get people to do its things. It's lazy. Like, it's stupidly lazy. Like, at least with Excadrill, he had a reason to, like, not fight, and the reason was, oh, because he'd lost trust in Iris and couldn't really get back into the battling thing, and he actually does help and fights alongside her later on. But Emolga legitimately does not improve, like, at all. And Snivy has to put up with her, because Snivy is literally the only one who can see straight through her bullshit. That's like the only reason Iris is quite low on my companions list. Is literally because of that Emolga. Shoutouts to Excadrill, he's goat. I also realized another reason Also, Excadrill for me is in a weird... really, really weird situation. Because... like, Excadrill in the anime, I do like him as a character, but like, in the games, I get thrashed by Excadrill far too often for my liking. Like, every single game I've played with Excadrill just demolishes me, and I'm just like, why? Why you destroy me so hard? Yeah. Iris really got, like, weighed. Iris is, like, half a team is, like, carrying her up, which is, like, Dragonite and Excadrill, and the other half are weighing her down, which is, like, Axew and Emolga. Did she ever get any other Pokemon? I feel like she got one more other Pokemon, but I might not be remembering right. At least Axew did evolve into Haxorus by the time she and Ash meet up in Journeys, and I thought that was really nice. That was a good, like, use of character, like, hey, look, the baby's finally grown up. He deserves that. Oh yeah, did you say you're not a fan of Bouffalont? Bouffalont. I'm okay with Bouffalont. I think he's okay, but the problem is, like, every time I see it in Nuzlocke, I get freaked out. Like, Bouffalont is scary to deal in Nuzlocke at times. If you don't have a solid, like, fighting type to deal with a Bouffalont, they can just rip through your team. I've lost a Pokemon to Ghetsis' Bouffalont. And the worst part was I literally got a Pokemon in my box because I'd lost one earlier and I only had like 5 members. And I literally got a Mienshao, like evolved it from Mienfoo and everything like that, only for it to high jump, kick, miss, take half damage, and just get head smashed to death by, or like, not head smash, what's it called? Bouffalont has like that head charge or something like that. It has its own unique ability, the one where it hits you with the hair. Yeah, but basically that Pokemon was used in not any of the fights, like, at all, because I was trying to save it for that one Bouffalont, so I only used it sparingly. And in the one fight it needed to be used, it died on me. And a part of me has never forgiven Mienshao for that. But yeah, I'm okay with Bouffalont. He's a funny looking guy, but yeah, if I see him in a Nuzlocke, I get worried. That's literally it. But it's been a very long time since I've done a black and white run of a Nuzlocke. So I haven't seen him of recent. Head charge, yeah. That's the move. The one that totally destroyed me. I feel like that's just a good portion of Unova Mons are just in that range of me liking them, but at the same time not liking them because they just destroyed me during Nuzlocke. That's kind of like... that's how I sort of determine whether or not I like a Pokemon. It's like, step 1, do I like its design? Step 2, do I like it in the games or how useful it is? Step 3, do I like it shiny? Step 4, do I like how it's depicted in the anime? Because that's kind of why Emolga is down, like, is like pulled down as a Pika clone. Like, it's down at the bottom of my list simply because of the anime. And the games also, Emolga is really annoying, especially when you're in the electric gym where Elisa has like 2 of them and they just acrobat constantly and U-turn and paralyze you, and that's like stupidly annoying. So yeah, Emolga gets weighed down by that, as well as it doesn't really have a great shiny. It turns a light brown. That's it. I love Bouffalont. He's the top 10 Pokemon because he's my second starter, basically. Oh yeah. I know another thing about the... I know we're just talking about the anime, might as well. We're already in this discussion. I think so, when we were talking about on Monday, someone was mentioning they didn't like Trip. And I believe he is one of the rivals in Gen 5. Which I realize that's another thing that is kind of weird. Because Gen 5 only technically has like 3 rivals, if you think about it. Which is Bianca, which she showed up a decent amount in the anime. Sharon, which I don't remember at all really showing up in the anime, and N had his own thing, because, you know, N's N. And yeah, a lot of people didn't like Trip because he was just a slight rehash of Paul, and it was a pretty poor version of Paul. And I think a lot of people were really upset about Trip Snivy KOing Pikachu because of the whole like reset of level, but it was more like the Zekrom thing. So a lot of people did not like that. I think they stopped that trend very quickly of like new trainers using their starter Pokemon to beat Ash. Because I'm pretty sure that was the last time Ash like fought against someone with their newly acquired starter Pokemon. Because I'm pretty sure like after that, it was like Ash gets Froakie and then Serena got Fennekin from the professor, and she wasn't even part of the group at the first part. And how do you mess up there was also that other rival. What's his name? Was it Cameron? The guy who literally was just as dumb as Ash in Unova and beat him in the Unovan League and just kicked Ash to the curb with a Pokemon that evolved mid-battle, and he forgot to bring all 6. Yeah, man, what an awful way to go. At least Tobias, like, put up a fight and Ash put up a fight against 2 legendaries. At least he didn't get completely humiliated by a guy who's Riolu evolved. Let's go here and look for some Goomies. And, like, how do you mess up the rivals so bad that, like, Gen 6's anime rivals are so much better? Because I'm pretty sure, like, the rivals in, like, Gen 6 were really, like, pretty solid, considering how bad they are in the games. And then I'm pretty sure Cameron lost to Trip. Of course he would. Trip actually is a competent fighter, unlike Cameron. Cameron and Ash literally had a dice roll, and Ash literally just rolled a 6, and Cameron rolled a nat 20. Like, there was no way Ash was going to win. He was in that sort of situation. And then Trip is just had better stats. Like, Trip had a superior, didn't he? Like, man had, like, fully evolved team. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, the Unovan League was a mess. I can't remember if the Unovan League comes before, like, the whole N arc. Because the N arc was quite interesting. And I did like N. Like, I mean, it's very hard not to like N. N's a cool character. And at least the anime version of him pretty much did him justice. It was kind of nice to see it, because he obviously is in his mind, he's stuck in his ways of, like, Pokemon should be free. But he, like, literally warms up to the group and sees their point of view too. And I did like that, because it was like, oh, sure, there is one way of living, like, with Pokemon and stuff like that, but there's also another way of living with Pokemon. And he's not, like, he's not totally against them or anything like that. He's just like, yeah, I don't really agree with that, but, like, I can understand where you're coming from. And then, I mean, like, Getsus is Getsus. I think he's sort of I can't remember if he was really, like, what his purpose was in the anime. It's probably the same as it was in the games, but, like, maybe they had to tone him down, because Getsus is kind of messed up in the games. Like, man is deranged in the games. Like, people think Lucamine's crazy at times, but, like, Getsus is, like, psychotic. Like, he literally tries to kill the player character in the second game. That's how far gone he is. And in the Rainbow Rocket arc, he literally holds Lily as a hostage and literally says, listen, if you don't throw your Pokeballs down to the ground, I will kill her. And you're just like, oh. Like, he's like one of the only, like, evil team leaders who literally puts another human's life in danger in order to stop you. It's wild. I'm trying to remember what the name of the kid was in Gen 6. Can't be too mad at Unova. They gave us Older, and I love that man. I don't have any feelings for Older. I have no idea. He is just... He's there, I guess. Wow, no mass outbreaks. I feel kind of bad, though, for Trip regarding Older, because he literally idolizes Older, and then he finds out Older's literally just a dude who's just chilling. And, like, God, does that not remind you of just whenever you... It's like, don't meet your heroes sort of moment? I felt kind of bad for Trip for a moment, because, like, Trip literally, like, super, like, idolized Older and was inspired by him, and then he meets Older in real life, and he's, like, so disappointed. Oh, and there was also Cynthia showed up, didn't she, in the Unovan arc as well. And Cynthia's great in the anime. There's something so funny about her being, like, one of the strongest trainers around, and she's just, like, ass crib. And honestly, I mean, hats off to you, Queen. You do what you want to do. It was the Meloetta arc, wasn't it? Meloetta had a whole arc in the anime. I remember that. And then there was just Piplup and, like, Oshawott. I think Dawn showed up, which was, if I vaguely remember. But, like, it was just Piplup and Oshawott literally just being complete dicks to each other. Because it's literally... They're literally the same character. Just, I think Oshawott is... I think a bit more towards the romantic side, while Piplup is just Piplup. Just the guy who wants to stir trouble. Exactly as a trainer I would want to be. He's great at battles, kind of wise, but he's just chilling. Pokemon love him. Yeah. I think Alder in general would be, like, a cool guy to hang out with, like, if you were just... If he's not involved in the plot. If we're talking about Alder compared to the plot, man, does he not help. Like, he shows up, like, once or twice in the games. And I'm pretty sure even Sharon, like, meets up with Alder and is even, like, disappointed with how Alder is, like... And then he gets his butt kicked by N, and N's like, look at me, I am the champion now. And N goes, just casually just walks off and resurrects his castle. Like, Alder does nothing in the games. Heck, you don't even fight Alder unless you purposely go back into the post-game to, like, battle him. I don't need either of these Pokemon. I actually hatched a Happiny in Platinum, so a shiny Happiny, so I don't need that. We'll just go back here. We'll just chill talking about anime as we're hunting. But yeah, you don't fight him until, like, you legit have to go back into post-game. So if you're doing a Nuzlocke, you just don't see Alder at all. You don't even fight him at all. Because the Nuzlocke is over when you beat the champion. Yeah, Alder is not important to the plot. Basically, I just see him as a dude past his prime that could still throw down. I'm pretty sure, isn't it that the plot is that Alder lost a Pokemon recently? That's why he's so... He's in that sort of stage of being slightly depressed. Like, he's... I vaguely remember him having lost a Pokemon. So... Yeah. Alder is, like... If you do meet up with him and stuff, I think he'd be chill just to join with. But, like, if the plot gets serious, he is definitely not the first person I'd pick to help. That's pretty much it. If I want a guy who we just, like, battle Pokemon just for the funs of it, maybe, like, team building sort of thing, like, hey, dude, I made a team, want to help me out real quick with it? Yeah, he lost his best friend of a Pokemon. Yeah, I do remember that part. Like, that's the only reason I could see him, like, you'd want to be, like, friends with him. But, like, anything doing with the plot, like the serious plot that's related to Team Plasma, yeah, don't bother. But yeah, I think now that we're talking about, like, these type of things and rivals as well, I was going to mention, like, how Gen 6 rivals in the games suck, but in the anime, they did a really good job for them. And I think the biggest reason is because they made Shauna not a rival to, like, Ash or anything like that. It was more that she was a rival to Serena and the whole contest things, which I really enjoyed. There's something... I know that they're not related to the plot or anything like that, but I actually really loved anything to do with the contests in the anime, because they could just go wild. There was no restriction, like, at all with the contests. Like, Diamond and Pearl and, like, Sinnoh and Hoenn were so fun, just watching May and Dawn like competing in those things and such like that. And it was also fun just seeing like, yeah, seeing Jessie like dress up, and she literally won a couple of contests. Like, it's not like she's incompetent or anything like that. She's an actual like really strong competitor, and even like in the X and Y, she literally, I think she did win a couple of X and Y runs, but she definitely won a bunch of diamond ones, which is really sad because she let her Dustox take the ribbons that it had won along when she released it. That was a tragic release, that particular one. The contest fucking ruled. Yeah, the contests were my favorite parts of the anime. And we got some really unique rivals too because of it. She made it to the finals in X and Y, so... And let's not forget that not only did Jessie win contest, James won a contest, because there was that episode where I think Jessie got sick, and James had to dress up as like Jessie and ended up winning a contest, I'm pretty sure. Like, God, people don't deserve James. James is like one of the best characters in the anime. Hands down. Man saw his like partner get sick and she really wanted to go to the contest, and he said, "I've got you, fam," and dressed up. God, I love James. He's great. I guess when you get older, you start to realize just how good of a guy James is. Like, man is like kind of like not in the best situation due to like having to run away from home, but like the fact that he takes that to the chin, and all the Pokemon that he really ends up with are like often Pokemon that he befriends rather than like actually catching and stuff like that. Ah, he's so good. James could be a champion if he really tried. Yeah, I think James could have been like, I know there is some person out there who's like made like this whole fan related like thing of like what the group does after everything happens. It is a bit of a shipping sort of like fan art and stuff like that. With what is it? Is it like Jessie and Ash's mom? It's a weird concept, but like the artist like really is like committed to that thing, and that's the best part about certain ships. Like, I've seen some really weird ships in the day, and I'm just like, never would consider those characters getting together. But then the artist is like, but have you considered this? And you're like, you know what? You're right. That's the best type of ships. The best types of ships are those who like people who are committed to it. Like, I'm committed to certain ships. I'm just like, yep, I believe these characters get together, sort of thing. But seeing like actual artwork, oh, I've seen that. It's so cute. Yeah, I think they're also like a storyboard artist as well. I think they worked on some of the storyboards. I think one of the storyboards that they worked on recently was the one for the Pokemon TGC shorts. And I was like, wow, that's kind of impressive. And they've worked on a couple of animations too, which is really neat. But I just do love how cozy their artwork is. And it's, I do think like if Team Rocket didn't have to be Team Rocket, they genuinely could be like pretty decent people. I mean, heck, both of them are just like Team Rocket people is literally just due to the fact of bad circumstances, if you think about it. Like, Jessie wanted to be a nurse, which is kind of crazy to think about it, and she literally enrolled into a thing where she had no chance of winning, if you think about it, because, I mean, they hired Chanseys, and she's still, like, committed to that. And I do like that episode where she meets up with the Chansey, the clumsy Chansey, who's evolved into a Blissey. That was really sweet, that episode. Ash having two mums? You mean a mum and a dad? No. But yeah, it's a good art. So if you've got like a ship you like, you commit to it. Yeah, and also true, I think one of the big reasons I did like Team Rocket as well was like it was probably solidified by the second movie, Pokemon 2000, where they literally saw Ash like struggling to get to the final island to get the last orb for, I think it was Articuno. And they literally just roll up in an inflatable raft and they're like, get in, we're going orb hunting. And they literally risk themselves, like they fall off Lugia and stuff. And you're just like, dang, these guys were like, sure, they're out to capture Pikachu, but like they have legit like gotten to a point where they put their differences aside and like go, absolutely not, we're helping out here. So I feel like those two, if they'd just been in a better situation, they would be definitely great people. That's how much I think Team Rocket are just amazing characters in general. So as much as like the anime, some people may have not agreed with certain characters in the anime, you can't deny they had some really good characters in the anime as well. X and Y, they helped in the big battle at the end. Oh yeah, X and Y was... I don't know where I put X and Y. I know some people say, oh, X and Y is too shonen. But like, who doesn't like shonen at times? Sometimes you just need a bit of shonen. But yeah, X and Y I think had a decently good like cast of characters. And I did like Serena. I know a lot of people were like, I don't know what people's opinions was about Serena, but I did like Serena. She felt very believable in her ways. Starting off as like a girl who doesn't know what she really wants to do with herself and her dreams, to like finally finding something she wants to hold on to and immediately gets like pummeled multiple times. Like, it's really heartbreaking, that whole scene when she like she loses the contest like that, and it wasn't even her fault. It was just like a slight mishap in the fashion department. Like, I'm pretty sure that was what the thing was. I think it was like Fennekin trips over like a ribbon and she ends up losing, but it shoots her confidence so badly. But she finds like the actual courage to go back and like she cuts her hair and everything like that to move on from her old self. It's so good. Definitely feels like a trope that is done many, many times, but I did like it. The anime did better because it gave people megas that should have had megas. Oh yeah, because like... Because they gave like... They gave some people... Because they added megas to like Oras and stuff like that. It's... So we got a bunch of older people using it, like Steven and stuff like that, getting the Metagross. Cynthia got Mega Garchomp, which makes sense. Obviously, Diantha already had Mega Gardevoir. But there was like some legit, like really interesting like concepts with Mega Evolutions too. Oh, and there's Elaine. I know a lot of people don't like Elaine because he beat Ash, but I actually did like Elaine. I thought his design's really cool. I know it's supposed to be just a complete, like, it's based off Charizard. You can't escape that fact, but like, he legit is a pretty interesting character. And what was that kid's name? Is it Sawyer? Or Sawyer or something like that? He had green hair. He was a really interesting character too, that rival, because like, he starts really like at the bottom of the barrel sort of thing. Like, he's just can't seem to beat Ash, and he's learning he's like book smart over like being like tough and everything like that. And I think it's a really interesting rival. I don't think we've really had a rival who's like sort of more bookish smart. A lot of rivals are just like, I'm the strongest, and then, you know, Paul and Gary, you know, being Paul and Gary. But I think someone asked yesterday who was my favorite rival, but I think I did enjoy Sawyer. Well, he had Sceptile, so he had a Hoenn starter, so, you know, he was going to get brownie points on that particular part. And he ended up getting Mega Sceptile, and Mega Sceptile's cool looking. It was our first dragon grass type before we properly got dragon grass types, I think. No, wait, I guess that was a Alolan Executor. But you know what I mean. Yeah, all the rivals were done really well in X and Y. Even the like one-off rivals like Trevor and Tyranno? I think that's what their names were. Can't believe I remembered their names. In the games, they're just so forgettable. Are you a Honen fan? Are you I don't know if you were trying to say shonen. I think I enjoy a little bit of shonen from time to time. It's been a long time since I've watched anime. I really should get back into it. But I did watch the, I used to watch the Pokemon anime quite religiously when I was a kid. I think... Oh, a Hoenn fan. Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's no hiding that bit. If you were ever to see me, like, talk about, like, any games, I'll immediately be like, so, Gen 3, and tell you how much I love Gen 3. A good portion of my favorite starters in that game, my favorite Pika clone is in that game, my favorite legendary and mythical are in that game. Pretty hard for me to, like, you know, hide that fact. Oh, there's more of them. I thought we were done. Yeah, I think I stayed pretty like faithful to like watching the anime all the way up until well, X and Y and Sun and Moon, and then Journeys was the one where I was like sort of on and off, I guess. I haven't seen the new Horizons anime yet. I need to find a good place to watch it, really. Because I've heard good things about it, but like doesn't seem to be a really solid streaming site or place to watch it anywhere that I haven't like looked up. I'm a Sinnoh fan myself. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, Hoenn and Sinnoh were really good in the animes as well. Like, sure, I think a lot of people do prefer Dawn over May. I think a big reason might also be because some people didn't really like Max. Because he's anime exclusive, that kid. I just wish we got to see him get a Pokemon. There was multiple times where he deserved to get a Pokemon, but they used the excuse of he's too young. And I was like, ah. Like, that's why I'm so glad that in X and Y, they made it that Bonnie could technically get a Pokemon. Because of like, oh, her big brother caught it, and it's technically his Pokemon, but it's technically hers. Like, I wish they did that for Max. Like, if May just caught a bunch of Pokemon for him and allowed him to like take care of it, that would have been so much better. Because the kid was clearly like interested. Even though when that game came out, I was 4 years old. I was still in primary school as myself when that game came out. They were sort of the last Pokemon games that my mum bought me before I moved into like she was very quick on the uptake of like making sure that it was me buying the games. I think the only game she bought me was Mario Kart DS, Pokemon Diamond, Pearl. She bought Diamond for my sister, and then she bought 2 copies of Platinum, one for my sister, one for me. Which now I own the Diamond and Platinum myself, but yeah, that was the point where she's like, you got to save up your money to buy games after that. And she made a very good decision to do that, because she probably would have lost a lot of money if she just let me buy games through her. Gotta teach him young to buy their own games. Hello there, Shrek. Good to see ya. Did some shiny hunting in Legends Arceus. And chatting about the Pokemon anime and such. They're talking about more of the older sort of anime. And also our general dislike for Unova, unfortunately. It had a lot of ups, but it had a lot of downs as well. I think that's kind of it. I have my Legends Arceus ready. Cool. I'm assuming you know that Legends Arceus isn't a multiplayer game. It's single player only. It's funny, my mum just gives me money now to buy games for my nephews and nieces because she doesn't get it. Well, I guess that makes sense. Like, I don't think my mum would know what games to buy me either. Heck, I don't know if my dad does. He buys games, but he also buys them for himself. Because he also plays video games. He is currently back in his Skyrim phase, as they call it. He's been doing a mage-only run of Skyrim recently. He's pretty much finished, though. He's just doing a couple of quests. He could easily just finish the game whenever. But he made it a rule that he wasn't allowed to use any melee weapons, like, whatsoever. And he had to just use magic the entire run. Yeah, I think it's just, like... I found a level 50 Alpha Shiny Golduck, and I was level 32. Ooh, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because I know that you can't catch certain alphas at a certain point if you're too low leveled. I couldn't catch it, yeah. Oh, you'd love this fact. My dad doesn't play a lot of games, but he loves the Kirby games. Hey, let's go. We love... It despawned. Oh no, that does suck. That's why I'm always worried about the alphas in this game, because you're just like... Especially find them, like, before you finish the game. That's when it's, like, at its worst, because you can easily just lose them. Does your dad know much about the Kirby lore? Or is he just, like, he plays the games because they're fun? Because there's nothing wrong with the Kirby games, but there's some deep lore in those games. I'm pretty sure, like, Cress is in the similar park where Cress has played the Kirby games, but, like, hasn't actually, like, gone out of their way to find out any information about the lore. And I don't blame him, because Kirby lore is complicated. Despawn, I don't have Cherubi in my Pokedex. Yeah. Cherubi is a bit of an odd one to do. I would say the best way to try and, like, catch a Cherubi is just to keep resetting in Obsidian Highlands until you get a heat wave day. Then go to where the Alpha Lopunny is, and that's kind of your best bet to get a Cherubi. I believe if it's like the Super Sun where, like, the edges of the screen go white. That's how you know it's a heat wave. He knows a bit, but just enough that he knows the characters and what they have done. Nice. How do you breed in Legends? Not possible. There's no breeding mechanics in Legends. There's no battling mechanics in Legends. You just have to catch. You cannot breed whatsoever. Have you only recently got Legends? I think that's pretty much it. I don't know where the other swine up went. Because, yeah, Legends is very much a single player game. Like, you can't shiny hunt with other people. You can't verse them. I've had it since July 2023. 2023 and 2022 are two very different dates. But no, there is no breeding mechanics, no egg moves. Everything is you just gotta catch. does have a higher shiny rate, but yeah, everything is, you just have to catch it. Every single Pokemon is obtainable in one copy of the game because that's kind of the mechanic of the game. You know, because you gotta meet Arceus by catching them all. But yeah. I'm on the part where you fight Giratina. Good luck. If it's the first part of the fight, then yeah, that's a rough fight. Especially if you do it blind. It's up there as one of the harder fights in the game. Oh man. Nothing here. It's a waste of berries. I guess I'll just do these two and get more berries. I forgot I could fly for a brief second. What's the best counter for all phases? I honestly don't know. My best, when we were trying to rush through the game to try and get to Namarus and Shaman and stuff like that, I would probably say Cresselia is your best option. Because Cresselia has that Luna Dance ability. Well, not Luna Dance, Luna Blessing. So that's kind of your best option. And also that's not guaranteed. Because when I did the fight, it took us like multiple times before we were able to defeat it when we did a speed run of it. And when we did it during our first playthrough of the game, it took us like 3 attempts. There's no one true counter. That's why it makes that part of the fight so interesting. And it's nice that we have more of these really hard fights in Pokemon. So if you're looking for a easy ticket out of that fight, the answer is no. There's no real easy ticket out of the fight. My only suggestion would be like using the grit that you get from releasing Pokemon and just max out your grit. That's another big thing. That's kind of why a lot of people lost the first time they fought him, is because a lot of the Pokemon they caught were like, they just brought legendaries that didn't have any like added extra features or added like benefits of the grit. So they kind of just folded really quickly. And Giratina is made to counter Dialga and Palkia. Yeah. I mean, you could max Sylveon up to level 100, but it'll take you a while. And it depends on how fast you want to go through the game. But yeah, there is no easy way to beat Volo. And honestly, it's good that it's like that. Wouldn't have it any other way. As much as how angry I got during that home Dex run of us fighting Volo 3 times in a row. We literally lost to Volo once simply because of 1 HP difference. You'll ferry your whole team. You do realize he has a Rose Raid, right? He has a Rose Raid that counters fairy types. You gotta still beat Volo. You can't just ferry your whole team. I mean, you could, maybe. Maybe you could beat his entire team with just fairies, but yeah. You do have to remember, it's an 8 against 6, regardless. But yeah, good luck for the fight, I guess. That's kind of why it's such a difficult fight, because not only do you have to fight Giratina twice with no healing, you have to deal with, like, Volo's entire team. Typhlosion. Don't forget Typhlosion's weak against Hisui and Arcanine. Hisui and Arcanine will just use Stone Edge and kill your Typhlosion. Because he has Togekiss, Rose Raid, Hisui and Arcanine, Spirit Tomb, and something else off the top of my head, which I can't remember. But yeah, he has an incredibly solid team. So whatever strategy you go for, I guess you either have to choose to commit to it, or, like, be flexible enough that you can change it. Yeah, there's nothing else here. Let's just head back. What the? Oh, it's a pin. Hello there, Awkward. Good to see ya, even though you're just immediately lurking. We're just running through some Legends Arceus and just chatting away. It's been a while since we found any shinies, but we did find a good chunk of shinies today already. I think we found 7 so far. And 2 of them we needed. The other ones have just been random shinies that we found. Yeah, I think the speedrunners did say that that the better option is to take Cresselia, even though Cresselia is weak against a good chunk of the team. It's just because that Lunar Blessing is a pretty powerful move due to it. I think it heals you, and then it obscures you. So an obscure is kind of broken in this game. It's pretty good skill. Caught a shiny Rowlet and evolved it and sent it to Violet. Nice. This game won't give me a Rowlet as much as I would like one. Sort of come to accept that. Because I have maxed out Rowlet in the Pokedex and just nothing. I have found Oshawott and Centiquil first before Rowlet. Could Blissey work? Blissey is a normal type. And it is tanky, but... Oh, he has a Lucario. That's what... Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, it's Lucario. You'd have to deal with Lucario somehow. I mean, Snorlax could work. Ow. Give me a second, I've got to focus. That's gone. There's not really anything else I want to find here. Maybe Magby. But yeah, I don't think Blissey would do anything against Lucario. Blissey's good for stalling, not really fighting. I mean, you could make Blissey work, but... Yeah. I'd just say just go in. Alright, I've got to head out now. I hope you have a great rest of the stream. No worries. Thanks for dropping by, Connor. And take care as well. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I wasn't expecting that. I've had that throne set up for like the longest time. And I honestly wasn't expecting anybody to do anything for it. But thank you so much. Maybe when I get my Discord sorted up, I can actually advertise that that's a thing that I do. There's a magma here. And thank goodness we caught it immediately. Alrighty. Not really anything else we can really do here. I guess we can just fly over up to this way, see if those glam meows are there. I do like how it cuts off, like Nightbot couldn't say everything all at once. It's just like, got shot halfway through saying what it was saying. Violet, after I'm done with the Ace tournament, I'll be able to start the epilogue. Oh yeah. Have you done the teal mask stuff, or you just... Because I know you can do the teal mask even before you get to the end of the game. It's just the indigo disc you can't do until you're in post game. I've finished everything else. Gotcha, gotcha. Alright. That's it for us here. Because I know the indigo disc, if you actually like just go through it with your story based teams, it is a pretty decently hard like DLC. I tried sending my shiny Arceus, but even that couldn't work. Gotcha. Where did you get the Arceus from? Because that would make sense why it wouldn't go through. If you got the shiny Arceus from BDSP, that's the only legit way you can get Arceus. And also, I don't think Arceus can be sent over to Scarlet and Violet as of now. I don't think any of the Sinnoh... No, I think the Sinnohs... No. No, you can send the Sinnohs. Dialga and Palkia were in the game, and so is Giratina. But yeah, if the shiny Arceus is from anywhere other than BDSP, it's probably won't be able to be sent over. I'm pretty sure it's not considered legal. The only legal shiny Arceus you can have is like the Japanese event one, or to actually have gotten the shiny Arceus from BDSP. If you got it from like using the DNS trick in Platinum or using the Void glitch in Platinum, it's always considered illegal, even if you have the regular version, I believe. Oh, but I guess the regular version should be okay, because it had there was an event in Platinum and Heart Gold that had regular Arceus. But yeah, shiny Arceus, if it's from anything besides BDSP or a Japanese event, it's totally illegal. I have to hunt for shiny Arceus at some point. how do you activate mass outbreaks in other maps? You just gotta go in and out. It resets every time you come back into the village. That's why I didn't see any outbreaks in this, on this run. That's why I'm just quickly running through this area to check for Glameow, and then I'm just gonna leave. It's just a roll of the die, whether not an outbreak happens. But yeah, because I didn't get any good outbreaks, I just came here and then I'm gonna leave. And as soon as I talk to the guy again, I only have Obsidian Fieldlands unlocked for mass outbreaks. Did you do the outbreak event quests? Because if you didn't do the event quest, like all the quests required for it, you cannot unlock any other locations for the outbreaks. You have to have finished every single quest. Well, there's your answer. Because you didn't finish all the event quests. There's at least 5 of them, I believe. I believe you need to do... let's see. Yeah, you gotta do 90, 95, I think? 95 all the way up to about 102. If you haven't done any of those quests, then yeah, you don't get the outbreaks. I haven't still done these. I'm surprised you haven't done all of them, because the story sort of implies for you to go do them. So unless you started it and forgot and just never went back to it, that's kind of the only reason you'd miss those quests. What do we have here? There's finally a Sneasel hunt. There's an Elekid hunt, I wouldn't mind, because Elekid has a really bad shiny, and it's very... having a shiny indicator definitely helps. But Elekid shiny is so bad that I'm almost just considering doing RNG manipulation for it. Because it's so hard to tell. It's like one shade light, slightly yellow. At least we get a bunch of guava berries back. Alright. Really not much. Literally just a Sneasel now. I guess I'll check out the other spots real quick. I hate the game has this thing where it's like, you can't go any further, and it's like, why'd you make that a location that I can go near? That one location's so awkward to get to. Alrighty, let's see if we get anything here. At least they all ran over to the same location, so it makes it easier to catch them. Dang, nothing. My team consists of Empoleon, Roserade, Porygon Z, Sylveon, Typhlosion, and Overquill. It's not a bad mix. Like, I would say, there's not really a solid team to, like, deal with Volo, because he covers pretty much a lot of his weaknesses. Like, most of the time when I do fight him, it's usually a case of, like, one Pokemon takes out one Pokemon, which gets taken out by another Pokemon, and then rinse and repeat between the two. Because, like, Empoleon gets taken out by Lucario, Roserade gets taken out by Togekiss, Porygon gets taken out by Lucario, Sylveon gets taken out by Roserade, Typhlosion gets taken out by Arcanine, Overquill I think is mostly okay. I don't think he really has a good psychic thing. Maybe there's a ground type move from his Arcanine, but yeah, it'll sort of be like a back and forth sort of thing. As long as your team has like decent coverage and can hit hard and fast, you should be okay. That's kind of the issue, really. That if you don't get in and like take out his next Pokemon and let his Pokemon take out multiple of yours, then it becomes a bit of an issue. So you want to go into the Giratina fight with at least more than one or two Pokemon. Because unless your Pokemon can tank Giratina for long periods of time, which I think Sylveon could if you use Calm Mind, because of how Calm Mind works in this game. That's really the only things I can really think of. I'll use Cresselia if you wanna. I just used it because it helped with it gives you a 70% chance of beating Volo and Giratina. Not even 100% guaranteed. Because that Shadow Force just if it hits Cresselia without the boosts, Cresselia just folds like paper. But a lot of speedrunners do say Cresselia is probably the best option. Because Cresselia is like decently tanky. It has a healing move. You can use Calm Mind to boost its stats. Stuff like that. But yeah, that's pretty much all I can really give you as advice. What one would not be useful out of my team? Don't know. Normal types tend not to, but normal types have pretty good coverage. Like, you could use Porygon to take out Togekiss if you have electric moves. Or if you just want to do big raw damage. I don't remember Overquill. I think I did have Overquill on my team when I was doing the home run. Because the home run, I didn't really go out and catch many Pokemon. I was just focusing on finishing the story as fast as possible. And I don't know if Overquill really did anything when it was on my team. Can't remember. I think I might have used it to, like, just tank stuff for a little while, but yeah. Overquill's a dark poison type, and that doesn't really do much against Volo, I don't think. Would Garchomp work? I mean, if your Garchomp's faster than Volo's Garchomp, I guess so. Oh, that's the thing that it is. Garchomp would have can take out Empoleon and Typhlosion and Overquill. Yeah, Empoleon, like, Garchomp takes out 3 Mons on the team. But yeah, there's no point just, like, asking questions. It's just give it a go, I guess. There's no penalty. You don't lose money or anything like that. You just get sent back to the beginning if you lose at any point in the match. And I mean, Garchomp is one of the better pseudo-legendaries that are out there. Uh, Unknown is good. I would have liked more Gumi. Oh well. Been a while since I've saved. I better save real quick. Wasn't there another one over here? Oh well. Ah, this water area is kind of sucky. Man, they're so hard to catch. These are Ultra Balls. What the heck? Maybe I should just scare them away. I'm gonna plan a team. Good luck. I'm just gonna continue trying to catch this Sligo. Did I miss one? Where? Oh my goodness, there's one rolling away over here. Alrighty. Hey there, Chris. Good to see ya. We're doing some Legends Arceus hunting. It's a bit of a... We've had a bit of a slowdown on the shinies, but we have caught quite a few, so... We're just sort of chilling. Because this will be our last Legends Arceus video in quite some time. I don't think there's any big reason we need to go back anytime soon. Until the next lot of shiny hunting month happens. It's not like Scarlet and Violet where we need to do the DLC to get the last of the mons for our home decks. But hopefully you've been having a good day. Know one thing, I'm starting to get a little bit hungry. And I also forgot to do something too. I think after this quick hunt, I'll head off for just 5 minutes and I'll be back to do something because I just remembered I forgot something, so I better get it done before I leave it any later than it needs to be. There's a giant grotto. I don't need it. I already have one. Okay. I was gonna get it, but then I've already checked that I already have it. Something funny about seeing just so many Spirit Tomb. Goomy here. No shiny Goomy though, just regular Goomy. The many souls, yeah. It's like 108 souls inside one Spirit Tomb, so just imagine like 5 or 8 Spirit Tombs all in one area. Are you kidding me? Another one? This is our second Swinub today. Yeah. I don't really need to catch any more. It's crazy though. I don't even need Swinub anymore. I thought I did, but I've already got all the gender differences for Swinub. Well, I guess I have to put that as another check. But like, we've caught like, not only have we caught Swinub today, we caught Pillow Swine as well. So technically if I evolved one into Mamoswine, I'd have the whole line. And it's another female, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, look at this. Not including this Gengar here. All these shinies we caught today here. Oh, that's the Budu we caught. I forgot to move it over to home. We'll have to do that at some point. Alrighty. I'm gonna head back to Jubilife, and then I'm gonna quickly go do get something done, and I'll be back in maybe 5 minutes. It shouldn't be that long. We are in the last hour stretch, but I need to get this thing done that I've forgotten. So I will be back in just a moment. I'm back. What is a Pokemon you've caught the most shinies of? Um, hmm. That's a tricky question to ask. If it's Pokemon I've caught just in the games and been like, that's not what I'm after, I would say Combee. I've caught too many of those. If you're talking about RNG manipulation, I have caught a lot of shiny Wooper in the Safari Zone. So I guess that's kind of where it stands. I caught a lot of Meryl in Scarlet and Violet. That's what I've caught 4 or 5 of them in that game, and I'm like, yeah, I'm done. I don't need any more of those. But yeah, that's what I think at the top of my head is kind of what I've gotten. Oh, we got at least 3 checks here that I need. Sliggoo's a bit of an annoying one to do, but we need a Sliggoo, so I can't, like, completely complain. I also realized something. I have no Pokeballs. Not going out catching stuff without them. You don't realize how many Pokeballs you chew through until, like, you, like, run out. Out of the water. There we go. Pokemon gotta get more Pokeballs. Yeah, especially in this game, you don't realize how many Pokeballs you just chew through. Can you trade me in a Alolan Ninetales? In this game? You only get one. Like, you only get one Vulpix in this game. And I haven't even evolved that Vulpix, so I don't have a Ninetales in this game, if that's what you're asking. If you're asking if I can trade it to you in Scarlet and Violet, one, I'm not getting those games out today. I want to make this solely for Legends Arceus, and 2, I think Vulpix, Alolan Vulpix at least, is, pretty sure it's Scarlet exclusive, like how Alolan Sandshrew is Violet exclusive. Okay, I think that's all of them. One last big check here is the Goomy. Come on, Goomy, be shiny. Legends Arceus, where their motto is to just chuck balls. Legends Arceus, the motto, gotta catch 'em all times like 50. Because they'd like take catch 'em all very seriously in this game, because like heck, it's like one of the few games where like to actually finish the story like completely technically and get the big special reward at the end of the game, you do have to catch 'em all. That's a shiny. But is it a male Badu? That's all I ask for. I actually don't know which one it is. Very hard to tell from a distance which one it is. I think it's the one right in front of me. Yes, it's male! Let's go! We needed a male Badu. Well, technically we need a male Roserade. Alrighty. I can put that as another check. But this time, we also have to grab the said Roserade out of the party. Because we need to level up its friendships. See, that was the one we caught last week. Look at the difference. This is all we caught last week. From Swinub to Swinub, that's what we've caught today. But finally, male Badu. So that means I can finally evolve this and get the male Roserade and have that ticked off as another mon that I've gotten. Because a lot of Gen 4's mons, a lot of them have gender differences, like an absurd amount do. Right. Well, we might as well check the other locales. Yeah. That's 3 Pokemon added to the home decks that are done. We'll have to evolve the Badu. That's the downside. Luckily, EXP candy technically gives friendship. But it's a bit of a long one. Especially with it being... I think it's decent high level. Let me see what level it is. What level are you? Yeah, it's like 61, so... It's gonna require like a ton of candies just to evolve it. But like once we evolve it into Roselia, we can immediately just evolve it into Roserade. There's 2 berry spots. I think after I check this Psyduck, we'll just warp straight up here and catch some Psyducks. So I don't think there's anything else I really want to get here. We literally got the one mon that we needed. That isn't like obviously Goomy and stuff that we could have caught earlier. The rain's about to stop as well, so... Might as well make this the last, Psyduck is so goofy in this game. They're like constant side-eyeing. Has a headache. Yeah. Alrighty. Too powerful, they had to nerf him. Especially since he's got such a ball of shiny. That alpha Garchomp scares me. Oh yeah. Garchomp is already difficult to like deal with, but then you got a bigger Garchomp. But you got to admit, alpha Pokemon are pretty cool. Like they're one of my favorite features of this game, and I'm so sad that they changed it in Scarlet and Violet. I really wish we could have kept like this stupidly oversized alphas. Now they're just called former alphas, and it's not as fun. Alpha G-Max Garchomp. Or just like, not even G-Max, just Mega Evolution added. Because now, with ZA coming out, and Mega Evolution is coming back, it is probably confirmed that we're gonna get Alpha, we might get Mega Evolutions. So we're just sticking around here just to grind up Badu's friendship a little. So we can see the Can Evolve icon. Who knows? Actually, you know what? Let's leave for now. 40 Pokemon caught, look at that. And go to a different area, maybe like somewhere where there could be a good chance of like, probably go up to the mountain, maybe? If it could be any regular Pokemon, which would you be? Is this a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon thing? Probably something that has arms. As much as I like Torchic, I realize how detrimental it'd be to be a Torchic when you got no hands. But off the top of my head, I do not know the answer to that. Use Scratch. You could use Scratch, but you're gonna have to try and open that jar eventually. Without hands, you can't really open things. It's always that funny thing, you know how like in the original Mystery Dungeon, there's a whole thing with chestnuts, I think it is, and how like the Mankey really want to open the chestnuts, but they can't open the chestnuts. And somehow the player character can open the chestnuts with like no worries whatsoever. And it doesn't even matter like what they are. From like a Torchic being able to open it to a Chikorita being able to open a chestnut. Or like even a Bulbasaur would find it a bit hard to open up a chestnut, but somehow they're able to open chestnuts. But apparently Mankey, who are literal monkeys, and have like all those points of of dexterity in their hands, can't open up a chestnut. Yeah, I don't really know what the answer is There's always that feeling like you'd want to be something that's decently powerful, but at the same time, I wouldn't mind being something cute. Riolu sounds like a really solid choice, I think. Because not only are you like, you could evolve into a Lucario if you really wanted to. And I know there's people who'd be like, oh, furries and whatnot, but like, let's not forget Lucario is decently strong. Like, man can see through things if he's using the power of Aura. Like, Aura is kind of busted. And it's not just like, oh, you can see through walls sort of Aura. It's like, oh, I can tell what's an enemy and what's not an enemy. Especially if you consider Subspace Emissary a thing. And Riolu's cute. I've always liked Riolu. He's just a small pupper. I guess we should go check out the Sneasel section and see if any Sneasels over there. Man, I would really kill for another Mystery Dungeon game soon. Mystery Dungeon series holds such a special place in my heart. I would be Golden Go because I'd still be sort of human. Yeah, you'd just be hated by half the fandom. All the competitive people would despise you. They're like, no, not again. I'm pretty sure that was what happened. I wish they'd let you look at your box while you're out of the village. What do you mean? I thought you can. Are you talking about, like, taking a look at your Pokemon to choose out, like... choosing, like, your new team? Because can't you just talk to this guy and he shows you your boxes? Is that what you mean? Oh, you mean the Pokemon you just... I mean, you can. You just gotta go to the box and there it is. That's all the Pokemon you've caught. Boxes, yeah. I mean, yeah, the boxes. You just talk to the guy, right? I forgot about the... Shrek, I'm starting to think that you have not played this game at all. You're not boding much confidence. Grab all these. Grab all these. I haven't played in 6 months. I guess some people are like that. Because I know my dad's like that too. Where if he hasn't played a game in a very, very long time, there's just like... if he loses the muscle memory to it, it's just gone. I guess it's understandable. Welcome back, Jamakin. We're getting close to the end of our stream. Eat all the candies. Let's see. I'm gonna try and just feed one rare candy at a time. There we go. Perfect. We go. Ah, the Roselia line has such a great shiny. Though I am biased because Badu was my very first shiny I ever caught, so it holds a very deep spot in my heart. And finally, Male Roserade can be ticked off. That was my first shiny in Pokemon Go. Nice. Yeah, it's such a great shiny. The purple and the black roses is so pretty. And since we've evolved it, I believe that means we have all that line completed. The Budew. Yep, here we go. Roselia and Roserade. But yeah, my very first shiny Roserade was a female. It's called Shiny because I didn't give it a nickname until I found out what it was because I didn't even know what shiny Pokemon were. But it is sitting very safe and secure in home at the moment. I transferred it up from like Diamond and Pearl. There we go. Alrighty. Well, I mean, there's no reason for us to stick around here anymore. I was hoping we might needed to do a time space thingy mashiggy, but it looks like we don't need to. These lost and founds done. Do you have any level 100 fairies to trade? No. Shrek, just do the fight. Like, you don't need to be level 100 to do the fight. It's not max level. I mean, it'll make it easier, but like you can do the fight without being max level. There's no rush also to do the fight. Unless it like opens up the rest of the mass outbreaks, I do not know. But no, I cannot give you the easy code out, and it wouldn't be fair. It's a good fight. You should like to do just by yourself sort of thing. Heck, that's sort of like all the stuff in the Indigo Disc. Indigo Disc is like decently hard. Like if you go in there thinking that you can do it with your like singles teams, you get like you can get steamrolled if you're not careful enough. Because I have I think when I went in there I caught all new Pokemon, so I didn't have to worry about that, but I saw a lot of people who went in there with like their singles teams and sort of just kind of got like crippled by some of the fights. Heck, like one of the fights in there literally calls you out for using your old teams, which I think is the funniest thing ever. I literally just used my team in one. Yeah, I decided to do a whole new team because I felt like it would be more fair. And plus, if you just use your whole same team, you don't get to use all your new mons. And I was excited to use some of the new mons because a lot of my favorites came back. So I wanted to make a whole new team for that. I think the only Pokemon I brought with me that was not from the Indigo Disc was literally Ogerpon. And I brought Ogerpon because I felt like it would have some significance to the story. Didn't really, it just had a cute little Easter egg. But yeah, I kind of got wiped by the fairy user for quite a while. That damn Excadrill. And the Slowbro also gave me trouble too. Here, let's head back. Oh, I'm getting targeted. There we go. But yeah, I'm hoping that when we get to I'd used my level 100 evil grass snail, what's his name? Wochen? I believe that's what his name is, right? I used Golden Go with Air Balloon and Ogerpon. See, there's two different types of people. People who just max out the levels and just sweep, and then people who enjoy the story. Nah. No discrediting you guys. If you want to rush through the story, I guess be my guest, but I've never been one for that. That's why I never understand those people who release a video, like, full playthrough of the game, with final bosses and bosses on, like, the day the game comes out, and I'm just like, did you even enjoy the game? Like, I don't know if you did, if you just finished the game immediately. I feel judged. Yeah, feel the slight judgment of me who thinks people really should just take their times with games. You can speedrun games all you want after you finish the game. You don't need to speedrun them when you first play through them. I think the reason I feel that way also is because I know, like, some games, a lot of people put a lot of time and effort into it. And I would kind of feel cheated if I saw people just rush through the game that I worked on at max speed and be like, okay, I'm done, and then just never talk about the game again. Because I've seen some people who, this is, I don't know what it is. I have seen this happen where people like, I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm like, of course you don't know what you're doing because you literally button mashed through all the text. Like, there are some people who like play the games and they're just like, oh, I don't know what the story is. And I'm like, because you just rushed through it. What did you expect? You're not going to sit down with a book and just flick the pages and be like, yep, that's it, I'm done. Finish that book real quick. Don't know what the story was, but I finished it. I just, it's like a pet peeve to me. I don't like people like rushing things and being like, complaining about the fact they don't know what the story is because they button mashed. Find cheat codes for it unless you're the Flash. It's like Patrick covered in chocolate, wondering where his chocolate went. Took all my chocolate. Now I'm gonna starve. Pretty much. But like, I just never understand that. It was like kind of the big thing with like, was it Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? Like, those games, you kind of have to just enjoy them. Like, sure, it's fun to like see if you can run all the way to Ganon and beat him, but there's also just the fun of just running around, you know? Though Tears of the Kingdom was slightly different because I think I was more invested in the story there and wanted to see where it was going. So I kind of pushed forward. I didn't rush, but I did miss a lot of side quests because of it. The chocolate. I feel like it's so funny because I don't think I really watched SpongeBob like as a kid that much. I don't know, maybe it's because I was already at the stage of just not liking SpongeBob. Like the actual character, not like the actual show. I've seen plenty of good memes come from it, and it has huge meme potential, but like, God, SpongeBob is annoying. I can see where Squidward's like coming from. And obviously the old series is nothing like the new series. Well, I should say the other way around. The new series isn't anything like the old series, because I've seen like, what's his name? The creator was like, oh, I hope that like my series is like, you know, they don't market it the hell out of it when I've passed away, and they're like, commercialism, and then they just made a whole bunch of like awful movies and stuff like that recently, and just, you know, just commercialize it super hard, and you're just like, ugh. You think old TV shows are better or new TV shows are better? It depends, I guess, of just, I think it's more like, hey, did the person who made this show put the effort or the attention they did or not? Because, like, you've got shows that are, like, old and they're classics. Like Avatar: The Last Airbender is, like, one of those shows that just can't be beaten. And no matter how many times they keep trying to come up with, like, a live action thing, it just doesn't work out. And I know you can say, like, old shows are basically better, but there's also the argument that some old shows really didn't age well. Like, some of them have, like, seriously distasteful, like, material, and you're like, oof. Like, I would say, like, if you told me, like, what part of Pokemon did I like the most, I wouldn't say Gen 1. Even though I've watched a lot of Gen 1, Ash is obnoxious in Gen 1. Like, he's a he's a certified brat. Like, he gets better near the end of Gen 1, and moving on to Gen 2, he gets a little bit better, but god, original Ash, like the very first Ash, what a baby he was. Like, he is such a brat. Like, he's really disrespectful to Misty and Brock. Like, he's, a couple of his badges were really not legitimately earned. And, like, I think he had, like, temper tantrums pretty easily. Which Ash would I say I like the most? Probably a mix between X and Y Ash and Sun and Moon Ash. It's kind of weird. I liked how X and Y's Ash was a bit more serious. And you, like, could see the experience there, even though there are times that he gets frustrated and stuff like that. You can see he's really picking up on the experience from all his journeying. And then Sun and Moon was just him being a kid again, but he was still, like, Ash, really. Like, nothing changed or anything like that. It was just a more childish side of him. Yeah. Like, old animes and stuff like that. Also, a lot of old animes, if you think about it, there are a couple of ones that, like, got stretched for long times because they were outpacing the manga. Like how One Piece and Dragon Ball, they had a lot of filler episodes because they were, like, outpacing the manga. And they were like, shoot, we don't know what to do. We can't, like, keep their attention, so they had to do that. If you could only play Pokemon with one Pokemon, which would you choose? Am I allowed to use legendaries or stuff like that? Or has to be a regular Pokemon? Like, if you guys were like, if I said an incentive like, oh, we'll play through, like, let's do a solo run of, like, a Pokemon, what Pokemon would I choose to do a solo run with? Like, a part of me wants to do, like, I would say my favorite starter, but starters are really boring if you think about it, because you always get one. I would say Golden Go. Here's the difference, though, Chris. Let's say we do a solo run. You're not allowed to start with an evolved Pokemon. So you're going to have to do a run with Gimmighoul, not Golden Go. You have to go out of your way to get all the stuff to get a Golden Go. That would be how you would do the solo run. It is possible. Like, it's just a really time-consuming, but it is possible. But it also, I guess, depends on the gen. Like, if we're talking about, like, some of the older games, like, if I did a run of, like, some game, like, black and white sort of thing, what Pokemon would I use from there? Tough. Renucleus would be cool, but I'm doing a Steel Nuzlocke in Shield and Violet. Oh, in 2 different games. We did a mono grass run. When Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl first came out. And we beat Cynthia with a Wormadam, so that was fun. But I don't think I've done one solo run, which I did with a Levani. Because I won, but that wasn't terribly fun, unfortunately. That run was okay. Like, I was like, oh, I did the run and it was okay, like the battles and stuff, but it was randomized. So we were stuck in the first gym for the longest time because one of the trainers had a Ho-Oh, and we legit couldn't do anything about that. We had to just find a way to avoid that trainer. But it also, that run was like, because I did it in X and Y, that was also the run that made me realize I just was really disappointed with X and Y's story. I beat Cynthia with the Mewtwo. I guess that's neat. It's not really saying much, but yeah. For first Evos, I would have to say Chimchar. So, there was something I wanted to do ages ago. This was an incentive I thought about, but, like, I didn't have a ways to, like, you know, make an incentive for you guys. Like, make you, like a point system to, you know, vote towards me doing it. There was a time that I wanted to do a baby run where I could only use baby Pokemon and I could not evolve any of the baby Pokemon. So we're talking like Pichu, Igglybuff, Cleffa, Tyrogue, Riolu, Smoochum, Elekid, Magby, that sort of thing. Like all babies. Like Togepi, Happiny, Bonsly, Mime Jr., they're all babies, right? But yeah, I wanted to do an all babies run, but it kind of like never came to any fruition, and it sort of fell into the back of my mind and I never thought about it again. I don't know if I would until now. Yeah, I mean, once I get the Discord running, it could make an incentive thing there. Or like, I'll have to ask Cress how to do those point incentives, because there are a couple of things I'd love to make as incentives of. But I just haven't, like, haven't done it, pretty much. I think once I get all this, the shiny hunting month over and done with, I can focus on, like, getting those all uploaded to YouTube as well. I realize I've uploaded a bunch of them to YouTube, and I haven't edited them to, like, actually put out for people to watch. We are getting close to, like, the end of streams, so I think we'll do one more mass outbreak after this, and we will call it for the stream. Because I think we've had a solid run today, compared to last week. Still no Glameow, but we made progress. But yeah, there is a couple of games I'd love to do incentives for, like, maybe we could do a solo run of a Pokemon game, or maybe we can do a solo run of multiple games. Maybe make a channel on Discord for voting on what to do next. Yeah. That's definitely one thing I do want to get set up, is just like being able to vote for things on there. And just have things like get the Ko-fi, have a better link there. Because as many times as I can mention it to the... I'll be like, hey, I have a Ko-fi sort of thing. Unless like you have to click a page or click a link, and it can be a bit tedious. If you do everything on the Discord, then people only... You could just say, hey, check out the Discord. It has all the information sort of thing. It's all in one place. And you can go to a Discord at any time. I'd love to put my art up there, because there's a lot of thumbnail art and a lot of art that I do. Because I do want to do commissions and stuff like that, but, you know, obviously with no show of, like, what commissions I've done and stuff like that, kinda can't really show off, like, what I want to do commissions for. And it would give me more incentive to do more art. And plus, I'd like to see everyone else's art, or, like, just... Another thing I wanted to think about for the Discord was, I do have shiny Pokemon that I've been just sitting in my home box. I'd love to do giveaways of just some of those shiny Pokemon, because I don't need them anymore. So any shiny Pokemon that I have extras, or maybe some of the shiny Pokemon I've been getting during the shiny month, we could do giveaways or do competitions for them. And I think that would be, like, really cool. Or maybe, like, help people trade. Maybe a place where, say, Scarlet people can be like, hey, I need Violet exclusives, or vice versa. I think those would be really helpful too. Because I know not everyone here plays Pokemon and stuff like that, but it'd be nice to have a place where people can talk about, like, just there'll be a channel dedicated to just Pokemon stuff, like a trade channel. And it'd also help other shiny hunters, like, hey, some shiny hunter could be like, I'm looking specifically for this one thing. A battle channel. I don't know if we'd have that serious of a battle channel, because I think you and, like, one other person who hasn't visited my stream for a very long time are kind of the only two battle hungry people. I would like to do more battling and get an actual proper doubles team, because if that person ever comes back, it'd be nice to battle them again, but I haven't seen them in ages. And it's not like I can send them a message and be like, hey, do you want to battle, sort of thing, because, you know, it'd be a bit weird. I'm not that battle hungry anymore. Yeah, there was a time when you were. We just had to punch you down a couple of steps, and that got you settled. But yeah, I think a channel for just people to, like, also not just, like, trade shinies, but to be just like, hey, check out this shiny I just got, because, you know, there are some people out there who do shiny hunting and they don't have anybody to really talk about. Because I know nobody in my family really is big on shiny Pokemon or anything like that, so whenever I catch shinies and stuff like that, I kind of have to only just tell the Discord for the Alchemist, or just, like, you guys have to be here, and I'd be like, I caught a shiny, because like, I mean, I can't like go over to like my other friends. Like, oh, it was actually a really funny situation that happened yesterday when I was talking about RNG manipulation with my DM and my D&D group, and they just sat there baffled, because when you really say it out loud to someone who's not like that big into Pokemon already, that's like the first part, like they were just like, so how do you do this? And I'm like, here's my screen, here's all the things I use. And they're like, what? They're like, what the hell am I looking at? I'm like, oh, it's a timer, and these are the seed checkers, and this is the frames. And then I mentioned how like in BDSP, RNG hunters found out you can use the blinking of the NPC or the player character to determine what seed you're on. And they were just like, what are you talking about? Hey, we finally got a massive mass outbreak. Alright, this is the last one, peoples. Let's hope we find a shiny. The bulletin board and the red line meme? Pretty much. And one of them's like, so is this cheating? Like, is it exploiting? And I'm like, well, some people consider it cheating. I don't. I think it's just catching Pokemon using maths, and I find it really rewarding because instead of just mindlessly soft resetting, I'm actually like putting in the effort to find exactly what I'm looking for. I do understand if people are like, this is cheating, and I totally am like, okay, sort of thing. But yeah, a lot of the shiny Pokemon I have left over are RNG. And yeah, it doesn't, you don't like, there's no altercation of the hardware. I don't fiddle around with the cartridge like a Game Shark. I don't have to buy anything external. Like, the programs that I use online are totally for free. So yeah, I don't think it's cheating. I just think you're just like using maths and some like a timer to basically get yourself the Pokemon. But you know, some people do consider it cheating. Some people think it's just hacking with extra steps, and that's totally their choice to think that way. But sometimes it's just like when you're trying to do what I'm doing, where I'm going for like a Shinydex with gender differences and stuff like that, RNG manipulation has really helped me fill out that dex. Almost everything has extra steps, yeah. Shiny hunting is extra steps. Like, if you think about it, like, nowadays, nobody actually rarely do full odds shiny. They're like, oh, I have the shiny charm. Oh, I use soft resetting against one Pokemon, a legendary. Or like, oh, I have Pokemon that do this. And, oh, I use sandwiches. Like, running into a Pokemon with no preparation is literally the only way you could say you're not doing shiny hunting with extra steps. But, like, it's very hard to be just, like, explaining that sort of stuff to other people. Like, I was so excited with my parents telling them about this thing I did, and they just didn't know what I was talking about. Like, if I said to you guys, oh, did you know that I actually RNG'd a shiny Manaphy from Pokemon Platinum using the Ranger Egg? So I now have a legit shiny Manaphy using RNG manipulation, and shiny Manaphy is considered one of the hardest Pokemons to get as a shiny. Like, they wouldn't understand that. Also, the fact the whole chat has my username in it, yeah. Probably because you're like, I don't know, do you understand RNG manipulation very well, Chris? Have you tried RNG manipulation? Or is it just like me babbling on about RNG manip too much? Because wasn't there like a group of like shiny hunters who came in and I was like, oh yeah, I use RNG manipulation for some things, and and one guy was so excited because nobody ever talks about RNG manip. Hey there, AJ. Good to see you. We're getting very, very close to the end of the stream. I think we'll be wrapping up fairly soon, actually. Ooh. Seems the Alchemist is going to go watch some more. I sort of know because it uses your player ID and secret ID, doesn't it? I think you can use it. It definitely helps to have a player ID and stuff. Thankfully, what is it? If you have a modded DS that has like, I think, what's it called? PKSM, you can use it to find your secret ID and your trainer ID if you haven't like manipulated that in the first place. Because that would be the way to do it if you wanted to like use RNG manipulation for the first time, would be to just start a fresh game. Because a lot of the times if you're trying to find it without a fresh save file, it kind of like requires you to catch a shiny Pokemon. Like I think in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, if you want to find out what your secret ID is, you kind of have to just catch a fresh shiny Pokemon and immediately like check its stats to find out your secret ID. It's a bit finicky. Luckily, the platinum that I had, I did the cute charm glitch, so I know what it is. But yeah, having that program on the modded 3DS that I have really like helps me find out what my secret ID is. So I was able to do RNG manipulating really easily. Unfortunately, there's nothing here. I was hoping there would be Glameow, but I don't think Glameow's shown up like at all here. It's all just been in the Arctic area. But I think, let me just double check and see if there's anything interesting. Oh, now there's more of these. Yeah, why not? Let's do one more Snowfield one. Because we didn't really catch anything in that last run. We're just talking about RNG manipulation. But yeah, I have almost all the Sinnoh legendaries. All I need, the last one I need is Arceus himself. And I can technically RNG manip him. Your streak ended, yeah. AJ put one emote just to end your streak. It's gonna be like you're gonna almost get AJ's like little icon off, and then AJ's gonna just put another emote immediately. So just gonna do that until it's over. I did, happily so. Oh no. Not the fighting in my stream. Over something that's so trivial. You better not do it. It's a race against time. Who will win? AJ, Chris, or me ending the stream? This is just cruel. Look, come on. You have to be a good sport, Chris. He's clearly giving you... He just wants to give you some support for this endeavor of yours, you know? Oh, what the heck? Why the cat emoji? Because he's giving you support. Speaking of it, I don't know. Not bothered. It is a bit warm in my room. Alright, nothing here. Let's just fly over the rest of these checks. It was literally just the... Oh no, there's a Duat. I better go over to the Duat. Imagine if trainers could get carpal tunnel from all the balls sent in a row. I know, like... People don't realize that the protagonist in this game is made out of more of the solid stuff, like... Man is, like, tossing balls at, like, rapid pace. And this is not just, like, at rapid pace. If you saw earlier, I was, like, switching between Ultra Ball and, like, Sticky Glob over and over again. Like, your arm would get so tired. Just... And you had to have the coordination to, like, switch between the two, too. And we also have to dodge, like, getting attacked by, like, everything that's coming at us. I'm not gonna get the full chat. Look, Weiss was just making a comment. Leave him alone. Wow, that Samurott is numbing. Nope. Might quickly retreat real quick. Like, I was just watching the Samurott just run around like crazy. Fortunately, it looks like he takes a couple of, What happened? So I decided to just retreat because the Samurott was attacking me. That's all. Oh, if you're talking about, like, just the bombs being placed, I know somebody's just placing a lot of bombs. I think Jamekin used to do a lot of that, and I chewed them out for it because don't use the bombs too much, because you'll send people, like, off the screen, because I just saw somebody... You sent Kofi Bot away. I need Kofi Bot. Kofi Bot helps Maxi. Okay. Trying to fly like Mario. Man, this Samurott does not want to be caught. Might have to use a heavy ball. Whoop. Fly, you fool. Did you get that reference? Is it? Fly, you fools. Is it Lord of the Rings, I think? Maybe. What do you think? Clearly awake and staring at me. Let me just also retrieve Kofi Bot that you've sent too far. Whoop! Yep. You guys are so mean to my stream bots. I've done nothing to you. Send them off into the oblivion. Bidoffs. A lot of licky tongue up here too. Goodness, you guys. We're almost done, don't worry. Yeah, it seems like, was it Crescent has been, watching some, Assassination Classroom, which is a really good show. I ended up buying all the manga, because I read the manga first before the show actually came out. It's a fun series for sure. AC is a classic, yeah. This is just some really colorful characters. It's great. Though there are a couple of nitpicks, but you know, there's always nitpicks. And I don't know how far you guys are in Assassination Classroom, so I'm not going to say spoilers because obviously I've finished the series. But yeah, there are some pretty big nitpicks in near the later half of the game of the story. And I think they're also watching Dungeon Meshi, well, or Delicious in Dungeon. I think that's what it's called. The live action looks so alien. Can't you just put that as in all live action? I'm pretty sure all live action is like, you know, as scenes weird. I think like the only live action that I thought like, oh, that wasn't too bad. Like even the Detective Pikachu's live action was a bit like jarring at first. I got used to it, but like I remember it being somewhat jarring. I was like, whoa. FMA live action was pretty neat. There wasn't... I do remember there was one. I never watched it, but I do remember Full Metal Alchemist live action. That's another classic Full Metal Alchemist, especially Brotherhood. I know it was so weird. I had no idea what like FMA was until somebody just mentioned about it, like in some comments of like some old site. Bro, I fell off the screen. Like, oh, there I am. Goodness, you set me flying. But yeah, Brotherhood's pretty much just like the manga. So it was. I found about Full Metal Alchemist literally from like a single post talking about like a little bit about it, like very vaguely. They're like, it's a good series, and I was like, oh, okay. And like, I was like, yeah, I'm curious. I'll take a look at it. And like, the first page is pretty graphic, and I was like, wow, okay. And then I got hooked after a while. I lost against Giratina with my whole awesome team. I did mention that, like, people this day fight for it at rank 1 on the anime's ranking. Yeah. I think the thing is that I feel like even if you go out there and make an anime better than FMA, I'm pretty sure there's plenty of animes out there that are better than FMA. It's very hard to, like, to not consider it a good series. And, you know, sometimes it's not about being the best anime. It's what you enjoy. Like, I enjoy FMA, and I also enjoy Assassination Classroom, and they're two very different beasts of a series. I like King's Ranking. That's a series that I know some people are a bit... about? Is it the art style? Was it a TV show you'd never get bored of? I don't know. I don't really watch much TV. Heck, I don't even have a Netflix account. I don't even have Netflix in general. TV's just not a thing for me. More video games. Heck, we've just had this whole discussion about, like, anime and stuff. I think one series I probably would never get bored of is probably, like, maybe Avatar Last Airbender. It's just a really great show, and you can see all the love that show has and what was put into it, like all the world building. Hello there, Yigi Woods. What's good, y'all? Also, FMA will always be a classic, even if there are better series. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment, too. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, there's heaps of different series out there that I love, but, like, that will always hold a special place in my heart. Plus, I have the entire manga series, which is pretty cool. This is before they, like, put them into, like, big chunky books. You know how they do with some mangas where they put three of the books in one? No, I had the original series. Chunky books, yeah. I do actually have some chunky books. I have the omnibus editions. I have Dragon Ball, like the original Dragon Ball. It's sitting in my room. Which it now makes me a little sad knowing that the author passed away. But I have all the books for Dragon Ball. And I also went back. I think my sister's partner and her had just gone back into Dragon Ball. And they were like, how did they get away with half the stuff that's in the original Dragon Ball? And how did we just not notice it? And I was like, yeah, I know what you mean. I went back and read the original Dragon Ball. And I was like, yo, how did they get away with all this? And it's so funny because, like, if you think about it, Dragon Ball was pretty inspirational. Heck, I mean, we wouldn't have got the Puff Puff joke over in Dragon Quest if it wasn't for Dragon Ball. That's where it originated from. The Puff Puff joke comes from Dragon Ball, like the original Dragon Ball. But yeah, we got to play some more Dragon Quest games on the stream. That's what I'm looking forward to once I take a break from Shiny Hunting Month. I've got a couple of Dragon Quest games, like one of them in particular that I really want to play. And no, it's rough. He's with the whole passing of Akira Toriyama. He still had so much he wanted to do. That's why you got to take care of yourselves, people. Sometimes you just never know. Do what you love. Do what you want to do. Because you just never know. I don't know if AJ is just waiting until I'm almost done. Don't know. I mean, Yiggy was talking to us just a moment ago. And agreeing with me that FMA is a good series. But I think it's time we end this stream because it is the 5-hour mark. So we will be giving this game a little bit of a break. We won't be coming back for a while, but we got some serious, like, serious luck compared to last week's stream with one shiny. Like, look at this. Just so many. We got one Pillow Swine, one Swinub. We got the Bergmite we needed. We got the Miss Magius we needed. We got an extra Dusclops, a Krogunk, Cricketot, another Swinub. Finally, the Rose Raid. Yeah, no, we actually got a lot of yellow shinies. Like, this is yellow, this is yellow, this is yellow, this is yellow, this is yellow. Like, a lot of yellow shinies, but, like, these three is what I was surprised by. Too much lemons here. I am happy about getting these three, though, because I needed these three. So, like, these will be put into the home decks. The other ones, they might be part of a giveaway. Not these, not this Oshawott, though, and the Rapidash. I think the Rapidash was the one you get at for the quest in this game. And this is my alpha shiny Oshawott, who is a big baby. Very special. But yeah, the difference between this one shiny and all these shinies is massive. Big baby. You want to see the big baby? Let's take a look at the big baby. Big shiny baby. There's a backflip. Large lad. He's a very large lad. And that's why he's special. And he stays in here until I may decide to move him over to home at some point, but he is not going anywhere anytime soon. Very boopable nose. Gargantuan guy. The big GG. But let's quickly save before anything else, so I don't forget. And yeah, we will be taking a decent break from Legends Arceus, and this Saturday we will be going over to Sword and Shield to do some more Dynamax adventures. Maybe get Shiny Lunala. It's a big maybe, but we will continue going through the dungeons to get closer to Lunala. And if we get bored, we can always get some that Mr. Mime wants your shinies. You can't have him. You throw hands. But we might do some more Pokemons in catching in Pokemon Violet. Once we've done a good chunk of the Dynamax adventures. And then that will be our break from Shiny Hunting Month. Which, I mean, very successful, despite my complaining about our luck being a bit on the lower side near the end. You can't complain about 83 shinies obtained during these 15 sessions. So we're halfway there and we got 80 shinies. Is kind of wild. But yeah. I guess after the Dynamax we'll be jumping over to, like, I think probably training up our the last of our amiibos before the big amiibo tournament in April. And we'll be continuing on Stardew Valley next week. Which is really exciting because the new update's here and there's going to be a lot to do. Like, crazy amounts of stuff to take a look at. And plus, we also are getting closer to perfection. We got all the fish and we also have to get our farm up and ready. So I'm very excited to continue Stardewing and getting my farm looking really pretty. But yeah, we're getting there with the Shinydex. We're at 700 out of 1,000 Pokemon collected so far. There's only like a very few more that I need to get in Gen 1 to 4, and then most of it will be just Gen 5. I might do some RNG manipulation in Gen 5. I've been thinking about doing Gen 5 manipulating, and that would get me a good chunk of mons. Plus, I'd love to do, like, on the 3DS or even the Switch, maybe RNG manipulating, so you guys can get to see me do it. Because, as much as I'd like to show you guys, like, what I do to do it, I don't have a capture device on my DS. I only have it on the 3DS. So, you just get, like, bad mobile phone picture of me doing that. And that would be also another reason to make the Discord channel, is just me bombarding you guys with all my shiny RNG stuff. Plus, if I do some RNG, if you guys are, like, interested in obtaining some shinies from doing RNG manipulation, I wouldn't mind doing some giveaways from time to time. Mr. Mime just took Big Baby. Nah, Big Baby's safe. Mr. Mime may be creepy, but he's helping out the village, so... That Mr. Mime's chill. All the wild Mr. Mimes are the ones that you should be concerned about. But yeah, I've done enough waffling. What about the little baby? I think the little baby is safe in Scarlet and Violet. That would be our Meep the Smoliv. Our Tinsy Smoliv. So they're safe, don't you worry about that. But yeah, we probably should stop waffling now and get the stream closed, because I've got some stuff to do as well in my real life. And probably should let some of you guys go to sleep, because it's probably getting late for some of yous. So, until next time, everybody. Take care. Catch me, Mime. I don't know. Mr. Mime's kind of hard to find. I haven't seen a shiny one yet. But regardless, take care, everybody.